Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority Planning Commission. Meeting is now in session. Call to order at 6:41 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Present.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Here.
Councilmember Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Calderon.
Present.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for the invocation.
City Council, citizens of Calexico, may the Lord bless you and prosper you. I just want to say, first of all, how blessed I am as a pastor that leadership of the city of Calexico would still allow us to open in prayer and going before our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I really appreciate that. I want to read a passage out of 1 Timothy. In fact, it pleases the Lord. 1 Timothy chapter 2 says, "First of all, then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings," those are in leadership, "and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. This is good, and it is pleasing in the sight of God our Savior." And I want to point this out. Verse 4 says, "Who desires all people to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus." And here's the gospel: "Who gave himself as a ransom for all," which is the testimony given at the proper time. The Apostle Paul would go on to say, "For this I was appointed a preacher and an apostle. I am telling the truth, I am not lying, a teacher of the Gentiles in faith and truth." And just like the Apostle Paul, before my Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, I have an obligation before him to pray for your salvation and to pray for the blessings of this city, that this city, the citizens of Calexico, would make decisions based on the Word of God. The Lord Jesus Christ is truth incarnate, and in him dwells all the deity, the fullness of deity. And he is the supreme authority. And so it is based on what he has declared in his word that we should make our judgments. Let's pray. Father in heaven, first of all, I know that it pleases you, Lord God, that we would stand here this evening to pray for the salvation of those that are present, for those that are watching online, Lord, for the citizens of this city of Calexico, Lord. God, that is my prayer, that if there's anyone here does not know you as Lord and Savior, that they would come to know you through the truth of your word, Lord. And God, we pray for the leadership. Your word commands us to pray for them, Lord. God, I pray that you would give them wisdom from heaven. And God, the decisions that they would make, Lord God, would be ones that would honor you, Lord. And God, I pray for the citizens of this city as well, that they also, Lord God, would make decisions based on your word, that they would honor you, Lord. I pray a blessing upon their families, Lord. And God, we ask these things in faith and in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Do you have any closed session announcements?
No, Mayor. So the City Council met in closed session regarding various items listed on the agenda and took no reportable action.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will now go to the approval of the agenda. We have some changes, City Manager? The changes we're going to make to the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. So we're asking that item number 24 regarding the state audit become a presentation. And then items 12, 17, and 18 be moved to the regular agenda, non-consent agenda, and if we could hear the item related to Public Works, that would be preferred. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarification, we would be moving item number 24, which is the informational report about the state auditor's report. We would be moving that to part of the last item on the presentations. And then we will be moving item number 12, 17, and 18 from the consent agenda into discussion and potential action items. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do any council members have any other changes?
There was 12, 17, and 18 that are going to be, I had a couple more. I had 11 and 13.
Okay, 11 and 13 as well. Do we have anybody else? Which one's 11 and 13? Okay, so for the record, we will be approving the changes to the agenda, or we have a motion to approve the changes to the agenda. Item number... Yeah. All of it's going to fall under discussion. So then, item number 24 will fall under presentations. Items on the consent agenda, 11, 12, 13, 17, and 18, will be those first items in that order to be seen on the discussion and potential action items. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We'll start on with presentations. Item number 4, proclamation, October 24th, 2025, as World Polio Day. Do we have a presentation? No? Okay, please.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Noricumbo, members of the City Council, Mario Conde. I'm the president of the Rotary Club in Calexico, and it is an honor to be here on behalf of our club to speak about one of the Rotary International's greatest humanitarian achievements, the fight to end polio. For more than 35 years, Rotary has been at the forefront of the global effort to eradicate this devastating disease. In 1979, Rotary launched its first project to vaccinate children in the Philippines. That moment marked the beginning of what has become one of the most successful public health initiatives in history. As a founding partner of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, Rotary has helped reduce polio cases worldwide by 99.9%. What was once paralyzed hundreds of thousands of children every year now survives in only 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Rotary members have contributed more than 2.1 billion and countless of volunteers hours to protect 3 billion children in 122 countries from this paralyzing disease. Through Rotary's advocacy, government have committed over $10 billion to sustain these efforts. The average cost to fully protect a child against polio is $3, a small amount with a life-changing impact. Yet, despite this remarkable progress, our mission is not complete. If eradication efforts stop today, within 10 years, polio could once again paralyze as many as 200,000 children each year. That's why it is so important to celebrate World Polio Day, also observed every year on October 24. This day serves as a reminder of how far we come, and now how close we are to achieving a polio-free world. It honors the health care workers, volunteers, and partners who have dedicated their lives to immunizing children, often in the most challenging conditions. It also reminds communities like ours that global change begins with local action. By marking World Polio Day here in Calexico, we are not only raise awareness, but we also reaffirm our shared commitment to compassion, service, and global health. Mayor Noricumbo and members of the City Council, Calexico is a city that believes in hope and humanity. On behalf of Rotary, I invite you to stand with us in this historic fight and help us share the message that together we can end polio forever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we will be reading the declaration of declaring October 24th as World Polio Day. Whereas Poliomyelitis. Polio is a highly infectious viral disease that can cause permanent paralysis and death, primarily affecting children under the age of 5, and spreads through contaminated water or person-to-person contact. And whereas Rotary International has been a global leader in the fight to eradicate polio for more than 35 years through its End Polio Now campaign, raising over $2.1 billion and contributing countless volunteer hours to vaccinate nearly 3 billion children in 122 countries, while partnering with the Global Polio Eradication Initiative and organizations such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And
whereas Rotary's advocacy efforts have helped governments commit more than $10 billion to global polio eradications, reducing polio cases worldwide by 99.9% since its first vaccination project in the Philippines in 1979. And today, polio remains endemic only Afghanistan's and Pakistan's, and whereas World Polio Day, observed annually on October 24, highlights ongoing efforts to raise awareness, promote vaccination programs, and advocate for a polio-free world. And
whereas the City of Calexico recognizes that the critical importance of public health, community engagement, and global humanitarian initiatives, and whereas local Rotary clubs, community organizations, and residents in Calexico actively participate in fundraising, advocacy, and awareness events that contribute to the worldwide effort to eradicate polio.
Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Calexico, California, that on October 24th, 2025, and each year thereafter, is hereby designated as World Polio Day in the City of Calexico. And the City of Calexico encourages residents, schools, community organizations, and businesses to join in World Polio Day, supporting polio awareness initiatives and participating in both local and global efforts to eliminate polio.
The City of Calexico commends Rotary International and its members of their extraordinary dedication to polio education, including the vaccination of nearly 3 billion children, reduction of global polio cases by 99.9%, and ongoing advocacy to protect future generations and encourage continued community involvement in these life-saving efforts.
okay, can we invite you to come up here so we can give you the proclamation?
Get a little bit this way.
Okay, now we move on to item number 4A, proclamation, month of October 2025 as Crime Prevention Month. Do we have any presentations?
Good afternoon. I wasn't ready to make any presentations. Javier Gonzalez, Chairman of the Calexico Police Advisory Commission. Every year, we've been celebrating this as a neighborhood watch. We've asked for proclamations. If you remember our events where McGruff came to town, McGruff came on a helicopter. This year, as the Police Commission has taken the lead to organize crime prevention events. So one of the major focus of the Calexico Police Commission is to bring events, public safety events to the community. We're going to do them in November and February. So we want to thank the Calexico City Council for this proclamation. We want to invite the public November 8th, Saturday, November 8th. We're going to have a community cleanup. As you know, we need several of them. We plan to do 3 a year. November 13th, our first Calexico National Night Out. Late January, early February, we're hoping to hold our public safety workshops. We're going to invite all the law enforcement agencies like probation, talk about graffiti, talk about vandalism, and we're a little bit late. We're not doing them in October, but we're doing them in November. So we want to thank you, and we want to invite the public and to join us at the Police Commission. If you have any public safety, traffic issues, code issues, bring them to us. That's why we got appointed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll be reading the proclamation declaring Crime Prevention Month, October of 2025. Whereas the vitality of the city of Calexico, California depends upon safe homes, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, safe workplaces, and safe communities. Whereas crime destroys and fear debilitates our faith and trust in our elected officials, community leaders, and in civic institutions, threatening the community's life, liberty, and general welfare.
Whereas people of all ages and from all walks of life must be made aware of their personal responsibility in helping people keep themselves, their families, and their communities safe from crime, and must be informed of the dangers of technological crime and how they can protect themselves from potential danger of those who use technology to commit crime. Whereas personal injury, financial loss, and community deteriorations resulting from crime are intolerable and require investments from the whole community to eradicate.
Whereas elected representatives, community leaders, and adults must invest time, resources, and policy support in effective prevention and intervention strategies for youth so that teens can actively engage in driving away crime from their communities. Whereas crime prevention initiatives are not the sole responsibility of law enforcement, communities must work together with law enforcement and public agencies to promote collaborative efforts that make neighborhoods safer for all people and develop positive opportunities for young people to thrive.
Whereas effective crime prevention programs excel because of partnerships among law enforcement, other government agencies, civic groups, schools, faith-based organizations, businesses, the community, and individuals as they help nurture communal responsibility and instill pride. Whereas the Calexico Police Advisory Commission have partnered with the Community Service Commission, multiple community groups, public agencies, not governmental organizations, nonprofits, and individuals to celebrate safe communities as part of National October Crime Prevention Month. Together, they will promote safe communities and help organize community public safety events in support of a safer and healthier Calexico community.
Therefore, be it resolved, the City Council of Calexico, of the City of Calexico, California, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Crime Prevention Month in Calexico, California, and urges all citizens, governments, agencies, public and private institutions, community groups, and businesses to join and support the National Crime Prevention Month 2025, which will run through the month. I call upon them to help us invest in the power of prevention and community cooperation that will ensure Calexico, California is a safer, stronger, more caring community in which we all live, learn, work, and play safer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Javier Gonzalez, would you like to come up and receive this proclamation?
Honorable Mayor, Council, one thing I forgot and you brought it up. These events coming up are not being organized directly by the Police Commission. The Police Commission, Advisory Commissions have created an ad hoc committee. We've been meeting every month, every Tuesday. We have 2 councilmen who have joined us. We have a lot of people here who are part of our ad hoc committee. We're talking about, Walmart was there, Rotary, just about every community group, every non-government agency has joined us, and we want to thank them. If they're here, anyone that's part of our ad hoc, we want to welcome you to come Cunningham, los que estén, to join us to get the proclamation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we move on to item number 24, which was moved up to presentations. Informational report on the California State Auditor's removal of the City of Calexico from the high-risk local government agency list. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and the public. I'm really happy to announce this information that the City of Calexico is no longer considered a high-risk city financially per the state auditor. This is something that the staff has worked on diligently over several years in responding, and this is something really good for the city to carry forward now into a more prosperous era and being able to do all the things we need to do to grow the community. I want to take a moment to have Carla Chaparro, our finance director, who led this effort with her department staff, to share some words on this accomplishment. And I came in on the tail end of this, but I can tell that Carla and her staff, her department staff, put a lot of time and effort into this, and I want to congratulate them personally in doing this. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, it is a privilege, you know, and I'm very proud to be sitting here and speaking to you and recognizing the hard work of the finance department and all of city staff. The removal of the City of Calexico from the State Auditor's High School program marks a major milestone in our financial recovery journey. And it's just one example of the many positive things to come for the city. This achievement reflects years of hard work, accountability, and collaboration across every department in the city. And to my finance team, I want to thank them for their dedication, their attention to detail, persistence through every challenge. To all those city employees, I want to thank you for your partnership and for the support. And to City Council, I want to thank you for your leadership and your continued support over financial recovery efforts. And this success really belongs to all of us as a whole. So thank you very much for this.
Does anyone know how long we were on the naughty list for?
Yeah, since 2022.
For 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for all the work that you guys are doing. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other council member would like to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Carla and her staff for doing an outstanding job. How long have you been with us, Carla?
9 months.
9 months.
I was counting,
yeah,
9
that was
months.
a lot of work in 9 months. Something that wasn't able to be accomplished the years before us, and you did it and this year you did it. So thank you, Carla and staff, for doing an outstanding job. So let them know that we do appreciate them.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Carla, thank you very much. We've already talked about it, and thank your staff for the long hours and being able to get us off this bad list with the state. So that only shows a better future for Calexico, and it'll open up our doors for, well, many things ahead of us. So thank you again, and thank your staff.
Will do, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
I just want to make sure that we, as a city, thank all of our employees, past and present, for all their dedication and their hard work, because without you guys, none of this would be possible. All the credit goes to all of you. Thank you for all you do.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to announcements. Do we have any announcements to make? No? Okay. So now we're moving over to public comment and public appearances. So usually okay.
This is the time for the public to address the city council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. The city clerk will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their group comments to 15 minutes. The city council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the city council. The mayor and city council reserve the right to adjust this time limit based on the number of speakers who wish to address the mayor and city council.
Thank you. There's also limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard towards the end of the meeting after discussion and potential action items. It is now 7:08, so we will end the public comment portion at 7:38 and continue if there's any left after discussion. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. I will call 2 people at a time. Please come to the microphone when I call your name. Miriam Ortega and Mike Segura.
So I will be taking place for Mike Segura. My name is Alfredo Ortega, and I live on 1005 F. Torres Street. And good evening, members of the council, mayor, and city staff. I am here tonight regarding a clear, ongoing, and serious violation of our city's zoning code that is happening right now within apparent complicity of the city representatives. The issue is the construction at 1048 and 1052 Spot Moreno Street. Currently being built, these two adjacent properties are 3 apartment complexes, a total of 12 apartment units. This construction is taking place despite the fact that our city's zoning ordinance clearly designates both parcels as R1 residential single area zones. This is not a minor deviation, it is a fundamental violation of the law. This project is attempting to put 6 apartment units on a single family lot. This construction directly violates at least 3 critical components of the R1 code. Prohibited use. The R1 zone is intended for 1 single family dwelling per lot. A 6-unit apartment complex is a prohibited high density use reserved for zones R2 and R3. Exceeding maximum density, Calexico's R1 zoning has a maximum density of approximately 6 units per net acre. This project with 6 units on a standard single-family lot results in a density of approximately 40 units per acre. This is over 6 times the maximum permitted density. Development standard violations. The size and unit count inherently violates standards for any R1 home, including inadequate setbacks, excessive lot coverage, and most certainly insufficient off-street parking. This construction is not a mistake by a homeowner. This project requires permits, inspections, and city approvals. Therefore, this constitutes a profound failure and a violation of public trust by the individuals in the planning department, the building department, and potentially others who allowed this to happen. The owner, Mr. Jose Hinojosa, who is well known by many of us, has initiated the violation, but the city of Calexico enabled it. The citizens of Calexico deserve immediate answers to the following questions, I ask that they may be addressed by the city attorney and the city manager. Who specifically authorized the building permits for 1048 and 1052 Spot Moreno Street? What is the name of the inspector who signed off on the initial foundation and framing? What administrative consequences, including termination, will be faced by the employees, the representatives responsible for approving and inspecting this illegal construction? What consequences will the owner face? And what is the city's immediate plan to compel the owner to halt instructions and remedy this violation?
Thank you, sir.
Finally,
Your time is up, but we will look into it.
okay, you do fine. Thank you. No problem.
Finally, how will this matter be fixed, and what measures will the city take to ensure this never happens again? This body is taken with upholding the laws of our city, including the zoning code. We look to you for immediate action to stop this illegal development, hold all responsible parties accountable, and protect the integrity of our zoning laws. Now you know. You cannot say that you don't know. You have the pictures there. This is a new building. This is not a house that they are building an apartment in the house. This is something new. Each building has 4 entrances. You can see there in the pictures, has 4 meters for electricity. So they know what they are doing. And someone is doing the inspections. And I'm telling you here, and there's a lot of people here that they're witness. Now you know, and it's in your hands to do something. Because if you don't do nothing, you have to start fixing our neighborhood. You have to do a new entrance, because we have just one entrance. You have to start doing things for our neighborhood that you haven't done. And I know that you are new, as you told us before. I know, but you are here right now, and you have to do something. You cannot be taking more time and say that you didn't know and you're gonna see what's gonna happen. You have to take action. It's not just your good intentions. You have to make sure that something happens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pat Ureña and Bianca Arellano.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and staff. I just wanted to let you know that on September 18th, the Imperial Valley was hit by a heavy rain from Tropical Storm Mario. Since then, the retention basins have been filled with water and continue to be full of water, debris, and a heavy nuisance of mosquitoes. This week, I contacted the Public Works Department to ask why the water is not draining from the retention basins off of Andrade and Sapphire, which is rising retention. So I was able to call the Environmental Health Department, as you asked, and because of the concerns of the infestation of mosquitoes within our community neighborhood. This has become an environmental and health issue for many of the residents who reside close to these retention basins off of Andrade. I received a call from the mosquito people from the county. Their number is 442-265-1888, in case anyone wants to get a hold of them to find out about fumigation. That way they can let you know what type of mosquitoes we have, and hopefully they aren't carrying any kind of viruses or disease. I also told them that I was also told by them that the Public Works Department, the City of Calexico, and the Imperial Irrigation District, which is IID Director Karen Eugenio and Mr. Pacheco, to talk to them regarding this issue. What happens is that they're draining, the city lines and the IID are connected together, so when the water drains over from the fields, we also have pesticides. If that thing ever dries up, it starts drying up, it's really bad, it's full of all kinds of chemicals and other types of bad environment stuff out there. Once it dries, it becomes alkaline. So we're hoping for some help from these two entities to drain these retention basins before somebody catches the West Nile. Thank you.
Ms. Udena, what was the number again, please?
442-265-1888.
What's that?
265-1888. And they just put a mosquito trap at my house just to see how many mosquitoes are trapped in there and where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ivan Landa and Marisela Landavar.
Hi. I just want to say that my son goes to dual, and there are a few things going on with the water. I know that I spoke with Mr. Silvano today, and he said it's an old school, but the kids cannot be drinking water that's going to contaminate their body. My son right now is at the house sick. I try to give him as much water supplies from the house, but I know that there's a lot of kids that come from Mexicali that cannot afford that or come from other places, and I think that it's good to invest in our kids' schools and in the sewer and everything that's going on in Dual to make a better thing for our kids. I mean, they're our future. That's one petition. The other petition that I had is I know that funds might be low, but I know that kids go through going to the restrooms and finding a lot of insects, a lot of spiders, a lot of different things. I know that I could potentially go to the district and make that petition, but I know that they also have to go through you guys for the funding, and I know that Mr. Silvano today said that it's a very old school, and they're also trying to work on stuff on their behalf. So if there's anything that could be potentially done in regards to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Abel Prieto and Patricia Macias.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a resident at Hotel Dianza, and we're asking for support for renovation, new elevators, restrooms, not restrooms, maybe a better lounge where we can have physical therapy. And we have 36 residents that are here supporting us and 10 employees that are also employed in the property, and we're just asking for support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council citizens. I'm just a citizen with the police department and the fire department on my heart. I'll make it brief. I just want to pray for them. That's all. Lord, I come before you right now, not to wishful think, not to cross my fingers, but to lift them up before you, Lord. All the cadets that are out there in Imperial every day, Lord God. The department that's going back and forth, speeding through here, Lord, going to their calls. The police department, the police officers, they have to go on these ugly calls sometimes, that you watch over them, Lord God. And all that they do, guide and protect them, Lord God. That every shift that would end with them going home, Lord God. I thank you for them, Lord God. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Lorenzo Hernandez and Jose Castro.
Buenas noches. My name is Lorenzo E. Hernandez, and I live right here at the Anza Hotel. And with all these persons right here that belong from the Anza, they're here for some reason. And one of them is for us as seniors, male and female. We always lack some kind of entertainment in our, I would say, our souls, our minds, and the way of living and where we're at. Especially environment is one of the things that us seniors, as we wake up and we say how this day is going to come out. And of course, we always ask the Lord for the best day. And one of the things is the people that we're involved with, that we live with. And I have found that entertainment is something that us seniors need. For so many years, we've always been on the run, no time, paying bills here, and taking care of other people. And at this age, I believe a lot of us, either in English or in Spanish, there's always something that we need for a smile, or at least say a hi to my neighbors. Even though I live there, sometimes we don't speak too much. We just say hi and bye in the elevator, and that's about it. Some go to church, some go to services, some just go for a walk, and some can't even go for a walk. Some stay close to home. In my opinion, for what I come and ask for, is all respect, and for all seniors, is that entertainment that we need is something that will keep us busy in music, something to keep us maybe ping pong table. I'm pretty sure all of us, we have played ping pong once in a while, or maybe that little ball just goes too much, but that's part of the game. It's fun. So us, as a senior, they even be more fun, because we'll be sitting down, or maybe standing up, or you know, or just standing there. But still, it'll be fun to compete with somebody else, or somebody that's really good about teach us how to play it. I think that's one of them, ping pong table, and I think maybe some kind of a television or entertainment or news or whatever, either English or Spanish, that will keep us, people like to know what's going around, or sometimes have TV, or some only have in Spanish or in English. And that's another one. And the other one I'm asking for is music. I'm sure we have enough. I've met enough people in there that like to play. Either they play guitar, or they play maracas, or they like to sing.
Thank you, sir.
Huh?
Your time is up.
Time's up?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I was just getting started. Thank you.
Why not? He's a senior citizen, you cut him short.
Good evening, my name is Jose Castro. I live in the La Jolla Palms community, north of Cole Road. The first time I came here was to discuss the CFD taxes that residents of our housing development are required to pay. At that time, I learned that these taxes are meant to support the maintenance of our roads, infrastructure, and community service, the very things that make our neighborhoods livable and safe. However, it saddens me to see how neglected our area has become. Despite paying these taxes, we don't see the results of our contributions. Since the storm of September 19th or 18th, I believe it was, the traffic light at our intersection it's not working, and it still hasn't been fixed. Our streets remain covered in dried mud, and the side area along the La Jolla Palms has been overgrown with dry brush, posing a potential fire hazard. The situation reminds me of the broken windows theory, which suggests that when visible signs of neglect appear, the unmaintained streets or broken infrastructure, it sends a message that no one cares. Over time, that perception can lead to even more decline and disorder. Perhaps that is the reason why we now have a small homeless encampment next to La Jolla Palms on that vacant lot, and that street is often used for teenagers to go drink. So today, I'm here to ask the city to show that it cares, to put our CFD tax dollars to work and take action to restore the upkeep and safety of our community. Please ensure that our roads, traffic lights, and surrounding areas are properly maintained. The residents of La Jolla Palms love our city and want to see it thrive. We simply are asking that the city do its part, as we have done ours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
June Kim and Monica Valdivia.
Good evening. Before I started, I had put in the agenda number 24 for the speak and didn't have a chance to say that. So if I can get additional 3 minutes at these meetings, at this time I can speak total 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Because I was putting on the requested number 24, you guys didn't call me.
You want to add 3 more minutes?
Yes, because 24 I requested and they didn't call me.
You just turned it in right now, Mr. Kim.
No, I turned in the other ones.
You gave it to me right now.
They don't know other numbers.
You just, when you passed by
I know,
to
but
the
number
front, you
three,
just gave it to
number
me right now.
13,
Just
and
wanna
number
clarify
13, and I believe the number 13 and 12.
It's going to be a no. Just continue with your 3 minutes. I paused the time. You have 2 minutes and 19 seconds, so go ahead and continue. Ready?
First of all, I didn't want to say all this one. This is another improvement. Our city of Calexico is not working for the people. Try to authorizing, try to say order. If they don't, they put set the police officers. If they have a conflict, and police chiefs automatically come out to scare the people away. There used to be council member, 5 council member, city manager, city lawyer. That's it. How many of you are there? You guys making us like we treat it like a prisoner. This is a public meeting, and you guys try to eliminate the people. Just taking a chance. But I just went to 2 item is not number 24. 24 was included first time I submitted. And the city manager doesn't know how to deal with. He doesn't know what is going on in the city. He have to have city staff to sitting down next to the city council member. They should not be there. They have a subject set. They just in case of needed, the most of the cases city manager answers. And city manager doesn't study his job. That's why happening here. That's why causing a lot of trouble. That's why causing a lot of the illegal activities. Why we have what's called the risk of the city? Because when I was council, so much corruption. They all hiding the number. I had to go to LA to meet the State of Treasury, report them, and also I report them. So they send the staff. Why? Because when I was 2016, City of Calexico, about $650,000 issued the money to give the Chelsea. Why? Because there's a project was low income. When I asked them, the staff said it was over. It's for them, but it was not true.
Thank you, sir.
So our city manager should
Sir,
know
your
their
time's
job.
up. Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y mayor. Vengo con un cuestionamiento pues bastante serio para nosotros, ¿no? Como la comunidad de Victoria Villas. El día octubre 3, alrededor de las 4 de la tarde, en el área del parque donde dice no trespassing, creo que la ciudad está a cargo de eso, y cuando dicen no trespassing es que a menos de que sea alguien de la ciudad, empleado, o alguien con autoridad como la gente del concilio, creo yo, ¿verdad? No sé, o si me pueden explicar. Estoy hablando de la señora Maritza Hurtado y el señor Solano. con una llave. Tenemos video, si alguien quiere que lo muestre. También se le reportó al jefe de la policía, y esta pregunta también es para el city manager. ¿Por qué estas personas tienen una llave para introducirse en un área restringida? ¿Por qué están entrando a un área que se supone que es restringida y que no están bajo ninguna jurisdicción de ellos? ¿Qué tienen que hacer ahí? ¿Quién se los autorizó? Queremos que el jefe de policía, por favor, siga lo que se reportó y llegue a sus últimas consecuencias. ¿Por qué tienen una llave de un área restringida a dos personas que no tienen nada que ver ni con la ciudad ni con el concilio?
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else?
Luz Vallejo.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I want to ask everybody that's here from...
Can you get close to the mic so they can translate in the back?
Yeah.
Because they can't hear you.
I want to ask everybody that's here from the Ansa Hotel in support, if they can raise their hands. There's a lot of seniors. I work for Pacific Southwest. We're the resident services provider, and we're here to ask your support in the renovation of the hotel. That's iconic building in the city. We need to renew this building, make it more dignified for the seniors that we have living there. We need to make a better place for the seniors to live their life, you know? So we're here, we raising our hands. Please raise your hands, everybody. They all deserve the best. So if you can please help us, we're trying to do this renovation, so please support our seniors in our community. There's a lot of them, they're very old, and they need this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, there's no more public comment. We move on to city manager's report.
Mayor, again, just to confirm, and I think we've done so with every council member, that ACDC rocks, that we will hold the priority session with the mayor and city council on October 29th at 4 p.m. So thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any commissioners' reports?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council and city staff and residents of Calexico. Patricia Orena, Community Services Commission. Just to let you know that on October 8th, we met and our updates included Nosotros Park, Rodriguez, Heber expansion, and updates on Cordova. For Nosotros, the ad hoc committee is working to provide some priorities for the Public Works Department to hopefully, we do have a cost estimate for lights that are going to be going in that area. But there's so many different priorities that we need for that specific area, so we're working on that. Also, Rodriguez Park, last weekend, we had the 619 Carpenters Union reinstall the fallen dugout. And thank you to Mr. Villegas and your staff, Mr. Fabian, who brought the lift to lift up the dugout, Mr. Solorzano for their prompt assistance. Also to Mr. Solano and the probation volunteers for coming and painting the graffiti off the dugouts. The Recreation Department has a busy month for October with a bunch of activities for October for the kids, which include the Halloween carnival. They have a trunk or treat and various other projects happening on that day. We also had a report on Heber, an update on that, and an update on Cordova, how the redesign is coming along. And I asked that they please include the members of the public, the City of Calexico residents, to add some insight to that as well. We also had Commissioner Ramos report on the upcoming night out with the Police Commission. We're also working with the, we're also going to be meeting with the Baja Runners and the Public Works Department regarding the removal or the vandalism on the Veterans Wall. So we'll keep you updated on that. Our next meeting is scheduled for November I want to say November 12th here at the Nene Torres Chamber. So we invite everybody at 5 p.m. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other commissioner reports? No? Okay. Now we're moving on over to city council comments and reports of meetings attended. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and a good evening to you all for your attendance. Thank you for showing up. There's a couple of meetings that we've attended. The city manager, Councilmember Leche Calderon, and Public Works Director Jesus Villegas. We're continuing to visit some of the department sites regarding the past storm and just thanking them for a job well done. I attended the parade committee meeting with Norma Gerardo and some commissioners, and it was the progress is going forward with our Christmas parade this year. I attended the police commissioners ad hoc committee with Mr. Javier Gonzalez, who's doing an outstanding job on up and coming events in the near future, especially in November. Attended the Kids and Badges program. That's coming up in December. And I think this is going to be the 24th year, if I'm not mistaken. The chief is counting the years. I think 22nd? Oh, okay, 22nd year of Kids and Badges. Councilmember Diana Marcus had also attended. There's going to be a lot of kids that are going to be happy during the Christmas holidays. Tomorrow, I will be joining the chief of police and the city manager in reference to these vandalisms that has been occurring at our parks. Try to figure out ways on how to work this, and we're going to be talking about measures in order to detain and arrest these individuals and how to prevent this from happening over and over again. That's all I have to report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Thailenda.
Good evening, everyone, members of the public, and especially our senior community. It's great to see you out here, and I just want you guys to know that we're working on it, and we hear you guys. With that said, I'm going to go through the meetings, and then I have a couple of comments. This past week, myself and the rest of the council, we got to attend the California League of Cities, which there's various workshops, and we all went to different ones so that we can bring back more information and knowledge to our city on ADUs, group homes, homelessness, what other small cities are doing, parking management. That one was really interesting. We also had a New River Prop 4 bond meeting with various agencies. I'll let the mayor talk more about that. One really great highlight from that meeting but the conference that we went to for the League of Cities was JPIA, so our Joint Powers Insurance Authority. This is the agency that insures most government operations, and we lost ours. The city of Calexico lost its insurance in 2014, and it was effective in 2015. So we've been self-insured for 10 years. And we got to actually meet with the risk manager for JPIA that was in charge of our region. And hopefully in the very near future, we as a council can come back and report that we've become insured by them again. That's the goal. I also met with various residents regarding different concerns for traffic and parking. And I hope to see something in regards to like an application for the Police Traffic and Code Enforcement Commission, because they want to have access to that so that they can voice their parking concerns. All our parks need attention, right? But one of them, being Nosotros Park, is getting hit a lot with graffiti, and it needs some attention. So hopefully we can talk about that in our special meeting for the priorities workshop. I also want to add, there's a flyer circulating around for the Calexico Police Officer Association. They're having an event on November 1st, Nightmare on 5th Street. So hopefully the community can come out and support our Calexico Police Officer Association. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Marquez.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, the City Council was able to attend a 3-day conference of League of California Cities where we were able to further our knowledge in regards to our government board, and we also got to network and engage with other city officials. I locally did meet with Mr. Chief Contreras, to follow up on his efforts in regards to how he's growing and he's making our fire department better. So kudos to you, sir, because he's been putting in a lot of work for that. I met with Councilmember Legaspi, for the kits and badges, and I was able to meet with several community entities in order to bring this project forward. I also got to meet with some city employees and had the opportunity to thank them for their work and also hear their concerns, and they were able to voice their opinion, and I will share that with the council. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon.
Thank you, and good evening. Good evening for joining us tonight. And my meetings have been only with Mr. Villegas. I mean, we've had a lot of meetings regarding the water basins. They've been full of water, and I know that it's a problem with the mosquitoes. He's also called the county to spray whatever they spray into these waters to make sure that the mosquitoes don't become more out there. So he's been putting, his staff has been trying to drain them, and hopefully by, you said this week, correct, Mr. Villegas?
No, we are continue working this week.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to take probably a couple of weeks because we are working in all of them. Yeah, and yeah, there are things that we need to fix as we remove the water.
All right. Well, as you know, we're working on it, and hopefully we can get rid of that problem right away. Also, I'd like to publicly thank Shirley from Republic Waste for her assistance in the cleanup of Calexico after Tropical Storm Mario, and also because she helped us out to put two canisters at Kennedy Gardens, where Kennedy Gardens was affected by the storm. There was a lot of debris, a lot of branches and so forth, and she was able to help us, and we were able to clear a lot of that debris. And like everyone said, we also attended the conference this past week, and we'll be implementing some of the ideas that we brought back. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. So I'm in the interest of time, I'm not going to report anything today, so we're going to move on into the consent agenda. So with the exceptions of item number 11, 12, 13, 17, and 18 that have been moved up for discussion, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, we do. We have 2 comments on 2 different items. Mr. Kim on item number 7.
Okay.
Actually, it was a typo number 8. If I can, I'll type it number 8.
You
I
have
wrote number 7,
and number
but
9.
I missed number 8. You have?
You have it right here, number 9.
Okay. Number 9. I have number 9.
Okay, sir, please start with item number 7.
So number.
It wasn't 7, it was 8?
It was 8. I miss typo 7. So 7
Okay.
is supposedly 8, and I put another. I submit another 9. Item number 9.
No, you didn't. You only submitted number 9, no number 8.
Yeah, I think that's my typo.
Okay, that's fine. So let's hear you for item number 8. Let's go.
Okay, my reason why do we need the agreements? Because we don't have a personnel. I believe that we have 2 units to serve the community. So why we need to have another extra the community, extra company to serve them ambulances? Is that causing the because we don't have a personnel, or we just having for the in case if we need it? So why we need another company? If we have enough personnel at the fire departments? That's my questioning, and whatever takes it, make sure the city of Calexico has to be secure our safety. Our safety officers, very important of our families, especially we have a lot of the senior citizens. We have very necessary of the, much necessary of what's called the emergency services. So I want to make sure to, that the action you guys taking, for to make sure to save our safety service. Yeah. Should I talk number 9?
Do we have any others on consent? Just that one? Okay.
Yeah, what's type of number 8 is number 9.
Okay, go ahead for number 9, please.
Okay, I believe city and school district have a good relations with the serving the food for our children for the during the library or whole day food service. But I'd like to encourage the city staff, which is the city library departments. I'm commissioner of the Child First Commissions, and they serve for until 0 to 5. And I believe our library having some service for the reading. If we can have the city of Calexico, asking directly to money funded, we can have a commission has up to $25,000. They have a fund for helping the children. And also we have another grant program up to $250,000 to serving the community, kids 0 to 5. So I believe if we can details information about another grant, so contact me or Child First Commissions at the community state, and not the state, the county. They're gonna have information. We can. They have up to $250,000 for we can make the program to serve our community, especially 0 to 5 kids. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on the consent agenda, I'm going to allow one more public comment.
Max Marquez.
Mayor, council members. So I'm here, I'm sorry to take your time, but it just came up to me. The man that was here, he was saying they have nothing to play with. They would like a ping pong table. So I just went ahead and ordered a ping pong table for them, and it will be delivered either October 21st or 23rd so they can have at least something to play with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So now we move on to, well, we're in the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve items number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, and 16? Do we have?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a?
So moved.
Your second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez. To approve items number 5 and 10.
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're moving on to items pulled from consent calendar for discussion. So we will start with item number 11, approve resolution number 2025 of the City Council of the City of Calexico approving the hosting of the National Night Out event on November 13, 2025 at Rockwood Plaza. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Did you put your slip in? Okay, make it brief, please.
Just to Javier Gonzalez Police Commission, it's going to be we're going to close off 5th Street from Heber all the way to Mary, not impacting the exit of the, so it says Rockwood Plaza, inviting the public Thursday, November 13th, 5:30 to 8 at 5th Street.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we have any comment from the council? Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I do have a comment. The question I have, and I don't know who can answer it, and it's a good event, I mean, I have nothing against it, but what was missing in the backup is, how much is this event gonna cost?
Yes, Councilman Calderon. So right now, most of it is volunteer. A lot of the vendors that are coming in are volunteer. The only thing that's going to cost the city is the insurance, which averages between $300 to $500. And then obviously the TUP for the city it's internal since it's the police department's applying for it. And the commission's applying for it, so that's the fee of that is waived. So the only extra item that is budgeted for would be the overtime for the officers to attend the event.
And is that from your budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Any other questions or comments? Do you have a motion?
I motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we're moving on to item number 12. Adopt resolution number 2025 of the City Council of the City of Calexico opposing California Proposition 50, the use of the legislative congressional redistricting map amendment. So I asked for that item on the agenda, and I will do a presentation before we go to comment, and it'll just be a verbal presentation. So I want to start off by reading the proclamation, because it's very important that we know what it is that we're seeing here. So if you could please pay attention, because there's a lot of misconceptions about what our city is trying to do, and this will explain it very clear. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico, California, opposing Proposition 50, the use of legislative congressional redistricting map amendment, and reaffirming support for the Citizens Redistricting Commission as the independent and nonpartisan body for the congressional redistricting in California. Whereas California voters approved Proposition 11 in 2008 and Proposition 20 in 2010, establishing the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, an independent, nonpartisan body tasked with drawing district lines for the state legislature, Board of Equalization, and U.S. congressional districts, with the intent of reducing political influence and strengthening public trust in the redistricting process. And whereas redistricting traditionally occurs once every 10 years, following the United States Census, with the most recent process completed in 2021 using 2020 census data, to ensure districts are based on accurate and current population figures. And whereas Proposition 50 seeks to transfer the authority for drawing congressional district boundaries from the Citizens Redistricting Commission back to the California State Legislature, reversing reforms that voters approved through the initiative process. And whereas while some states allow legislatures to conduct mid-decade redistricting, California has historically avoided this practice, and its introduction here could set a new precedent that may alter the balance of how communities are represented. And whereas Proposition 50 will trigger a statewide special election on November 4th, 2025, with projected costs estimated at over $250 million statewide, and additional costs at the county level. Expenditures that come at a time when the state of California is managing significant budget shortfalls and fiscal constraints. And whereas the legislative process advancing Proposition 50 was expedited and did not include the customary 30-day public review period for constitutional amendments, raising concerns among stakeholders about whether adequate time was provided for public input and analysis. And whereas California has been recognized for expanding voting access and adopting independent redistricting reforms, and Proposition 50 would represent a departure from that model by returning authority to elected officials in the legislature. And whereas the Imperial Valley, with its international border, extensive agricultural lands, significant mileage of roadways, renewable energy development, and binational economy, requires fair representation that reflects the unique needs of this region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico opposes California Proposition 50, the use of legislative congressional redistricting map amendments, and reaffirms its support for the Citizens Redistricting Commission as the appropriate independent and nonpartisan body to draw congressional district boundaries in California. And be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico emphasizes this opposition is not about partisanship, but about protecting the voices of local communities. The Imperial Valley deserves representation that recognizes its border identity, its agricultural and renewable energy economy, and its role in binational trade and culture. Decisions made in Sacramento must ensure they strengthen, not diminish, the ability of rural and border regions to be fairly represented and heard in both state and national policymaking. Now, that is the language that is written in the resolution and the agenda item before us. Nowhere in this resolution, and if anybody can point it out, please do when you speak, is there any mention of any opposition to any political party, nor opposing, nor affirming what any other state is doing, nor siding with any elected representatives, either at the federal level or state level? What we are seeing here in our city is a resolution that supports the Independent Redistricting Commission that was set up by the voters and is in our state constitution now. And for those of you that don't know, California is one of 7 states that have voted for an Independent Redistricting Commission. They're on their state constitutions, and I'll mention them to you. It's Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Michigan, Montana, Washington. None of these other states are moving away from that progress that has been made and that is in the Constitution. None of them, but California. And, excuse me, sir, you'll get your opportunity to speak. So, what we're looking at here is not supporting any party. We are wanting to support and demonstrate that California has a model commission from all the states. There's other states, like I said, there's only 7 in the entire United States. The rest don't have this. The rest, the redistricting is done by their state legislatures. But that's how they have it. That's their law. Every state has a different law. So if I know that one of the states that's been brought up, and I say it because I brought this pamphlet with me, and the amendment to I believe it's the 21st article of the state constitution, mentions the state of Texas. Texas is a different state. They have different laws. They never elected to have an independent redistricting commission. They never have. So they are not changing their laws. They're a free carry state. We're not. So if Texas, has a free carry for firearms, does that mean California is going to do it? Each state has their own laws. And we want to reiterate our support for what was voted by the California voters in 2008, and then again in 2010. The current redistricting commission in the state, which is called California Citizens Redistricting Commission, is nonpartisan. It's recognized by universities such as Princeton. It's an example to every other state. And what we're trying to do is bypass it. Bypass it for, 4 years? And I'll go back to that right now. It makes no sense. They are nonpartisan. It's made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 independents. And I want to point out that I'm an independent. I'm not affiliated to any party. I'm not affiliated to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. This is not about parties. This is about the citizens going back to 20 years ago. If this gets approved, we want to stand with our sister cities of Brawley, Hopeville, and El Centro, that are cities like ours, that even though they had people come and make it about a political party and listen to all the arguments, they know what this is about. And this is about representation. And we are a rural, unique community. Our city is even more unique because we are a border. And we already have a very small voice, and with this, it's even going to be smaller. If anything, what we would like to get out of this resolution or of this discussion that we will open in a bit is that voters, everybody should have received this in the mail. Before you vote, read it. And read what this is about. And I'm going to point out just a few things on it that caught my attention. And one of them is on page 8. And it says, Summary of Legislative Analysts' Estimate of Net State and Local Government Fiscal Impact. And the reason why I'm reading this is because it's been known, it's been said that this state election is going to cost $250 million. And the argument is that the state is going to reimburse every county $250 million. So it's not going to cost the county. So that's the argument. That's not true because it's not the state's money. We contribute to the state. It's not a reimbursement. It's our money. Nobody's giving us that money for the elections. So instead of our money going to the state's education system or to the public safety system, it's going to an election that nobody called for but the state legislature. It says it's a one-time cost, but it's not a one-time cost because $250 million is for the election alone. There's also going to be county costs. And listen to this, and I'm reading it from here, so I'm not making it up. The additional, it says, because, if this passes, it says, because most congressional districts in California would change if it passes, the cost to remap for the counties is a few $1 million. A few. What does a few mean? Is it 1? Is it 5? Is it 50? Is it 100? What does a few mean? This is in addition to the $250 million that is being spent on this election. Here's another issue of concern. It says, the current California Citizens Redistricting Commission, made up of the 4 members that I mentioned to you, they must follow federal and state laws. And some of those state laws says that they are required to avoid splitting up neighborhoods or local communities of interest to the extent possible. And it also prohibits this commission from considering political parties, current office holders, or people running for office. Now, if Proposition 50 passes, they only have to follow federal law. The legislature, if they remap, they only have to follow federal law, which means that they will consider political parties, they will consider current office holders, and they will consider people running for office. And if the citizens are okay with that, we are no one here to tell you how to vote. We are here to tell you that this is not democratic. And this is the reason why I brought this, to have this discussion. And I'm going to open it up now for public comment.
Pat Ureña and Francis Biopi.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for all that education and the reading of that resolution. My name is Patricia Ureña. I'm a resident of Calexico, the largest city in the Imperial County with the most Latinos, Hispanics. Somos Mexicanos. I'm here to respectfully urge the council to pull item 12 from the consent agenda for public discussion, or to reconsider adopting the resolution opposing California Proposition 50, which pertains to the redistricting amendment. Passing a resolution against Prop 50 could give the impression that the city of Calexico is taking a political stance, the platform of local government to influence voters, instead of upholding the democratic principles that these decisions belong to the people, at the time when the current administration is putting fear and uncertainty about how we live because of the color of our skin. We continue to divide and not unite the people of this country, state, and county. This resolution does not reflect the diverse perspectives in this community. Calexico has the highest Latino and Mexican Democratic voters. You do not tell us how to vote. It is our constitutional right to vote how we please. This also may politicize a statewide issue that should be left to individual voters. And is this council and other councils going to bring forth every proposition to the diocese? This is opening up a can of worms. This also does not address Calexico's most pressing needs that this council needs to work on, such as local infrastructure, rights of immigrants, care for farm workers, public safety, fire, homeless veterans, housing, economic development, parks, as the seniors just mentioned. A good council leads by uniting its people, not dividing them. I respectfully ask the City of Calexico Council to focus on the issues that directly affect Calexico residents and avoid unnecessary political signaling. Let the voters make their own informed decision at the ballot box, free from local government influence. Thank you for your time and continued service to the city.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council members, staff, and those of you in the audience. My name is Francis Biopi, and I am here tonight as president of the Democratic United Imperial Valley Club with members throughout Imperial Valley. I was born and raised in Calexico. I went through the whole Calexico school system. I happened to live in El Centro because when I came back from the university, there was no new housing that was being constructed in Calexico where I wanted to live, unfortunately. So I ended up in El Centro and have stayed there ever since. I am here to address your resolution favoring a no vote on Proposition 50. So let's talk about who is really trying to rig the system of democracy as we know it. Trigger. Texas was asked to disenfranchise Latino and Black voters by changing 5 of their congressional districts to heavily favor Republicans prior to the next census. They didn't ask the voters to consider this change. They just shoved it down the voters' throats. You said different constitutions, but you know what? This is a federal congressional district election. todos parejos. Unfortunately, when one state cheats, someone else has to respond. California decided it wanted to stop this political cheating by proposing Prop 50 to level the playing field at the federal congressional level. However, California is asking the voters if it will consider approving a temporary change in 5 congressional districts seats. Quite a difference than shoving it down the voter's throat. Yes, we have a nonpartisan commission that the people of California voted for to stop political gerrymandering in our state, otherwise called political power grabs. Temporary, Proposition 50 provides a temporary waiver of this nonpartisan commission until the next 2030 census. Temporary. It all goes back to the nonpartisan commission starting with the next census. Some of you might claim it is costing California millions of dollars, which should be spent on providing services, not in a special election. Oops. Isn't that what we are doing here tonight? Using politics to influence the city voters instead of working to improve our cities and services in Calexico and Imperial County. So many things are upside down with the current administration that is focused on giving tax breaks to the super rich while cutting back on education, medical services, food programs, and other necessary safety nets for our most vulnerable. Sowing hate and division against our humanity. Wake up. Vote against this resolution. Thank you.
ma'am.
Javier Gonzalez and John Hawk.
Honorable Mayor, Councils, members of the public, Javier Gonzalez, 237 Hernandez Street. I was a supervisor, the area supervisor for the census in 2020. Right after the census, we didn't change much, but right after the census, they moved our districts. Assembly, we used to be number 50-something, now we're 30-something. I'm here, you just said it all, Mayor, you said it all. They're gonna try to bring up race. They're gonna try to bring up all these issues. It's not about that, it's about fairness. We just voted 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, to redistrict California. Why are we doing it again? Because somebody else in another state is doing it. If we wanna copy Texas, there's a lot of good things we can copy to be a better state. If we go into that topic, the Democrats from Texas ran to Illinois. It's the most gerrymandered state in the country, Illinois. So we don't want to go into that. We're California. You just said it. We voted for an independent citizens commission. Now because they hate someone or they want to oppose their president, that's different. We are California. We stick with our rules. We stick with our constitution. Has nothing to do with parks. Has nothing to do with, somebody just said that don't do it politics. You're politicians. The state is trying to convince us too. So don't go and they're telling you that you're the council telling us how to vote. Every politician does that. The state assembly is doing that by putting it by putting it in our vote when they just approved it 4 years ago. They just approved the redistricting. We're going to do it again in favor of no, as the captain of the neighborhood watch, the longest serving neighborhood watch in Southern California. I oppose Proposition 50. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Naricambo, and distinguished council members. First of all, let me just tell you that I represent District 5 in the Board of Supervisors, so I have part of Calexico as my district. Let me tell you that I do love California. I love California in so many ways. I love our weather, our productivity. I love the community within California. But there are certain things I do not love about California. I do not love our high taxes. I do not love our high cost of living. I don't love the gas price, energy prices. And I don't love the cost of Proposition 50. Okay? That's around 250, as you said, between $250 million and $300 million, especially when we have a $12 billion deficit in California. So I do love our state, but there are things that ruin our state when we look at policy. This Proposition 50 is bad policy. Just like high taxes, high cost of living, etc. And bad policy always has a result. So I agree with the proclamation that you read. Presently, we have a Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission. Okay, that is fair. That is made up, as you said, Madam Mayor, 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, 4 independents. It's as fair as it can be. It gives us confidence that we are well represented. My question would be, why would we be, if we were redistricted, why would we be districted with another district like in San Diego? My goodness, they are totally urban. We are country. We're rural. We have totally different needs. When we redistrict, that we could have the possibility of going back in time as we were formerly, lumped in with San Diego, parts of San Diego, parts of say Coachella or another area that does not represent us. So let me just urge you again to join Brawley with a 5-0 vote, for no on 50, for Hopeville with a 5-0 vote, and for our sheriff's department that truly understand a no vote on 50. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sean Wilcock and Christian Salgado.
Good evening, Mayor Nuracumbo, members of the council. My name is Sean Wilcock, resident of Brawley, California. More concerning, I'm a resident of the state of California. Other than my military service, I spent all my life in California. As Supervisor Hawk said, I agree. I love my state. It's a very diverse state. It's amazing. A lot of people ask me why I moved here. I moved here about 15 years ago. I met a girl from Brawley, born in Mexicali, and married her, and been here ever since. I bring that up because I have a lot of experience in life and family in Mexicali, and my previous life in San Diego, and my current life here in the Valley. And it's true what others have said. The needs and the challenges of Calexico and other cities in Imperial Valley are unique. It says right there, Calexico is a unique border community. And so the challenges are very unique. For rural communities throughout the state of California, including ours, to be redistricted and combined with coastal communities who don't share the needs of Imperial County, for example, or don't share the needs of other rural communities, does those rural communities an absolute disservice. It doesn't help those rural communities. We need local representation. We need to control what goes on in this county. There's a lot of complaints here about infrastructure. There's a lot of complaints about high cost of gas, high cost of living, high taxes. Well, that's because we've been doing the same thing in this state for many, many decades, okay? We need to try something new. To keep doing the same thing and expect different results, it's just not working, okay? The Citizens Independent Redistricting Committee, as said, is a fair and balanced body that has been approved by the voters, as mentioned, and we need to keep that. That's an iconic example of democracy, absolutely. And to take that away so that they can redistrict urban communities with rural communities so that they can control the voices in those rural communities who are often conservative leaning, okay? But they're trying to combine those communities together so that they have different representation, okay? This community has many issues, and we need to do something different. This is not working. So I urge you, to do the right thing and pass this resolution. I know there's a lot of
Thank you, sir.
conversation
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Andres?
Sayers Morris and June Kim.
Good evening, Mayor Nuricumbo and council members. My name is Sayers Morris. I'm a resident of Imperial. First off, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for allowing the citizens of Imperial County to come and voice our concerns on Prop 50. I think civil discourse makes for a strong democracy, and I'm here tonight urging the council to vote in support of the resolution for no on Proposition 50. I have a lot of concerns with Prop 50, many that you mentioned, but my main concern is that it threatens to weaken the voice of rural California. While the boundaries of Imperial County don't drastically change in our congressional district, the boundaries of other rural counties do. And we need to advocate for our agricultural industry, for our farm workers, for our interests up and down the state, not the interests of the urban and suburban areas. We have a stronger voice when there are more of us. And one currently strong agricultural region is in Northern California, consists of the counties of Modoc, Lassen, Siskiyou, and Shasta. Well, under the new lines, they are grouped with the coast, including Marin County and the San Francisco Bay Area. So the rural interests of those tiny little farming, agricultural-based communities will not be represented in that district, and then that will hurt Imperial County's interests. We will also be greatly diminished for representation in Washington, D.C. Imperial County knows what it feels like to be forgotten and left out. We've already lost water rights to the coast. Please don't let our voice also be lost to the coast. Did you know that in Congress, every fifth door is a representative from California? And if Prop 50 passes, we will be giving more of those California seats to the urban interests of the coast. It's important for the rural parts of California to be able to come together and lobby our issues in Washington, D.C., because they are often very different from the issues of the urban and suburban areas. If Prop 50 were to pass, it would add another layer of distance between the rural voters like us and the decisions that impact important issues like water access, farm and agribusiness, economic development, and healthcare. And for the unique needs of Calexico, a border community, representation for vital things like the New River cleanup and our binational business relationships will be greatly diminished. There's a large coalition of leaders and organizations that have already taken an opposed position. 37 county sheriffs, county board of supervisors like Fresno, Kern, Modoc, Shasta, and Siskiyou, many cities, as you mentioned, 3 in Imperial County, news publications, elected leaders across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
June Kim, Joseph Guilin.
Thank you to give me a chance to talk. And I believe I see today movement of democracies. And our democracies is moving by each different parties, Republicans, Democrats. And not only a lot of people, not only Democrats, to helping more people's needs. And Republicans, they are supporting hard workers, but they are taking away from the people who needs help. So, President of the Trump is maybe she's the one of the reason today we are here, or Republicans. The Republicans, they've been using restricting already been years. Other state, Texas, one of the example, Texas. They are using, try to have, to restricting, to say, oh, supporting the Republicans, supporting our idea. We can get them more direct, more numbers of the Congress to support the Republican ideas. And now, Democrat, they're saying, we need more seats. We have more chance to get the more seats for the who willing to help the people needs. I am independent. But I see tonight Republican City of Calexico. About five council members are here. I know they're happening here because they want to support the Republicans' idea, so they can have more vote for the Republicans. Some of the people, they're concerned about helping the low-income people who need. They are looking into to same benefit. Republicans try to have more seat, and Democrat wants to have more chance for that. Unfortunately, I hate to see tonight here because our governments bring the law. Any governments cannot influencing election. Tonight, Calexico put in the agenda saying deny it itself to try to influencing our election process, our election system. They should let the people decide. If you want to have through the idea, whatever, make their own meeting, public meeting, own the Republican meeting or Democrats. Why we're here? Why we have to wasting our time? Why you are influencing our citizens to say what to do, what to not to do? As Democrat, let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joseph Guilin, thank you, Mayor, for that ChatGPT summary of the bill, but I think you forgot one little thing. The governor did send out a correction to one of the districts, so that's even more money that we're spending on. And then a couple more things. If you want to go home and ask people around you, can you explain to me why you're in favor of this proposition and they can not explain to you that it's not about Trump or it's about defending democracy or something like that, Texas, then you have no reason why to believe them. I am in favor of the no proposition, but obviously whatever happens today, it's not going to actually matter in the long run, because a lot of people are having a good opinion about this actually has nothing to do with it, because if you remember the last council did a similar proposition, obviously completely different about Gaza, but these people back here who are in favor of this proposition, they weren't here talking about the same thing. So yeah, just remember that if they can't explain to you about why this is a good thing without explaining or telling you about Trump or fighting democracy or for democracy, then you have no reason to believe them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hector Mesa and Luis Castro.
Hey, City Council. My name is Hector Mesa. I am a union representative for IBW 569. We represent electricians all over the county, including Calexico.
Excuse me, sir. Can you bring down your mic?
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
We represent electricians all over the county, and including Calexico. I heard Wilcock and Kelly were going to be here, so I decided to be here. What is going on with our city councils? Members are elected as nonpartisan. City councils are meant to be nonpartisan. Voters change their minds, voters will vote, and decide if the change is needed. Funny how all the councils have the same language on their resolutions. Now Republicans say jump and all the councils are putting the valid initiatives in our agendas. The same Republicans that are breaking codes regarding election materials on school campuses are now the ones running the clown shows. Councils, please stay neutral and nonpartisan. Residents are taking note.
Thank you, sir.
Luis Castro and Timothy Kelly.
Buenas noches, Mayor, City Council. Mi nombre es Luis Castro. Vivo en el 2187 R Carrillo, en Calexico. Yo nomás quiero comentarles que la decisión que tomen la respeto, porque cada uno es individual y se tiene que respetar. Pero nomás también quiero comentarles que la ciudad de Calexico es una ciudad am, pobre, es una ciudad que no hay muchos recursos para varias familias. Y al no ver muchos recursos para la mayoría de las familias, y nosotros al perder, al no soportar la proposición 50, podemos perder ayudas. Por ejemplo, el distrito escolar va a perder aproximadamente 10 millones de dólares. Al perder eso, ¿qué quiere decir? Que va a haber menos ayuda para los estudiantes, va a haber menos ayuda para programas. Eso es el lado del distrito escolar. Lo que hablamos de las aseguranzas, van a incrementar, al parecer lo que he leído yo, un 50%. El Medicare, todo eso es en contra de esta comunidad. Yo estoy hablando de esta comunidad porque aquí vivo, ¿verdad? En el condado de Imperial, las otras ciudades yo no sé los números, pero sí sé que va a afectar. Entonces, la decisión que ustedes vayan a tomar es muy particular de cada uno de ustedes, pero no, si es a favor de la resolución que ustedes van a apoyar, yo miro es en contra de la ciudad de Calexico. Es 100% en contra de la ciudad de Calexico. Desafortunadamente, tenemos, por decisiones pasadas o presentes, no hemos salido adelante, pero en esta proposición sí vamos a empeorar. Gracias y pues suerte. Gracias.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council, Tim Kelly, City of Brawley, representing myself at this point. And I just want to say that this is an issue that has really gotten a lot of attention because I think you know when you're getting screwed. You were just recently at the League of Cities, and you did a very good job there. I saw you working. I introduced you to many people. I think one of the things you felt is that Calexico is a very small city amongst many cities in California in competition with very large cities and very large urban areas. In the situation that we're looking at right now, and if you look at the maps that are being considered, who's going to be eliminated in representation are going to be the rural communities. Imperial County is a rural community, and there's about 5 districts are going to be eliminated that are rural communities. They just happen to be red communities. So this is no doubt a power grab by our governor at a time when we don't need this. Our rural communities have been used like pawns for many years, and we've changed our districts many times depending on how somebody thought the Imperial County should be represented. We should represent ourselves, not being represented by other areas. If you think about one of the issues that we have in the Imperial Valley is the New River. No one in San Diego knows about the New River. They only know about the Tijuana River. Why is that? It's because the way that we've been represented in the past. Why did I run for city council in the city of Brawley? Because I sat by while we watched our hospital district become eliminated. When we have 5 votes on a district, and our district was eliminated, and if you look at the geographic area, is more than half of the county is now represented by one person. All the way from Brawley North, one person. Our city council did not take a vote on that. They decided not to put it on the agenda, not to put it on the consent agenda, and not vote on it. And we're suffering from that today. So when people ask, should the city of Calexico, should our elected officials put things like this on the agenda, that's an example of why you should. Because if we don't lead, then other people are going to take advantage of us. And I want to go back to the maps in Northern California and the gerrymandering that's going to take place, is that all of the rural communities in Northern California will be represented by a population that's along the coast. And what do you think their greatest concerns are? Not the rural communities. As Sarah Morris said, they have no problem taking our food. They have no problem taking our energy. They have no problem taking our water. So we're the ones giving everything up, but there's not much given in return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Roxana Pacheco, Jesus Escobar.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I saw the item in the agenda, and first thing I was thinking, what is this doing here? It's bringing nothing but division. The Board of Supervisors just said this last week. This is bringing division. I know it's not meant to be nonpartisan, but it clearly is. At this time, we're going through a government shutdown. Government shutdown right now because two parties cannot negotiate. I watch the news every day. It's literally affecting the United Nations. This, what's going on right now, it's a power grab, yes, I think, but it's fair game. Texas did it, so our governor did this. And our Congress will not change if this does pass. Congressman Raul Reitz will still be our congressman if this happens. Someone mentioned about water, energy. I don't know that, but we have plenty of water from the Colorado River that's not going to dry. We have energy. We are actually doing good with technology. And we are living on suburb areas, but we have big unions. Like California the Nurses Association, backing this up. California Teachers Association is backing this up. We have so many workers, so many employees that are voting yes on Proposition 50. All of our workers. Our schools are getting affected too. Our population is dying. People are afraid to cross over. Calexico Unified School District has lost 1,000 population students. The classrooms are looking empty. That's gonna be more effective if this passes, if you guys vote no. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jesus Escobar and Blake Miles.
Mayor, council members, chiefs, directors, bienvenido a Calexico y los Trancazos. When you say this is not political, Mayor, well, I'll start with the one thing I do agree with you. $250 million is wasted money. We could use that money on so many other things at the local, state, federal level. I'm not going to talk about the feds. At the local level. You could use that money for so many things. And unfortunately, it's not 250. That's the official government. We forgot the private donations, which will easily double that because one side wants it to go through and one side doesn't. So if we want to talk about real money, it's probably more closer to 650, $700 million. You want to blame Gavin Newsom? Go ahead. You want to blame California supermajority Democrats? Go ahead. At the end of the day, es un golpe y un contragolpe. In boxing, it's very simple. You get punched, you do a counterpunch. That's exactly what this is. Bottom line. Don't sugarcoat it. Republicans are going to defend it one way. Democrats are going to defend it a different way. At the end of the day, it's a punch and a counterpunch to even the playing field. Why? Texans are going to gain red seats. Californians are going to gain blue seats. Let's be realistic. Just do a straw poll right here with the people that are here that are going to vote in November. I can guarantee you 80% at least will be Republicans voting against and 80% at least Democrats voting in favor. This is 100% partisan, and it's only dividing us more. Perfect example. We had an argument at the Board of Supervisors. It went 3-2 against a bill, a letter opposing, or a resolution opposing Prop 50. And it was heavily divided. And we agreed to disagree. But all it's doing, and I'm stressing this word, division. It's going to the voters. Let the voters decide. Bottom line. Bottom line. We should not be doing this. Is it the American way to argue? Yes. Is it the American way to divide and conquer? We could argue for and against that one. But I fully agree that what this is doing at the Board of Supervisors, at Brawley, Hopeville, Central, and Calexico is dividing us as a whole instead of focusing on the frivolous economic development lawsuits that are hitting us where it hurts the most, not being able to develop Lithium Valley, not being able to create jobs, not being able to bring prosperity to our community, to our city. What's good for Brawley is good for Calexico. What's good for Hopeville is good for El Centro. But if we can't create jobs, we can't develop economically, we are going nowhere. I'll shut up. But that is what we should be focusing on, not on Prop 50.
We received 2 public comments via email, and we provided copies.
Blake Miles, and I live in El Centro now, but I grew up in Calexico. Went to Jefferson Elementary. In fact, I just passed the first house I moved in 1967 on the way to this meeting. Went to De Anza Junior High, and I'm an old bulldog. But I came back for 15 years to work with our church here in Calexico. But I also remember working to try to create this commission so that we could have a nonpartisan commission that would create our districts. And I hate to see this where we're going back to gerrymandering and going back to the old, where the politicians decide. And they did it without transparency, without input. And the one concern about water, I see that directly, that water is, we've had a court decision, courts have backed us up for years here. But when we have more congressmen in Washington, D.C. that represent the urban areas of California, I think it'll be harder for us to protect our water rights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We received 2 public comments via email from Crystal Cortez and Cristian Salgado.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council now. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I do agree with the mayor had mentioned reference to. We are at council and we're for all voting parties. And I do agree with a lot of our constituents, like Mr. Hawk and Mr. Wilcox that came up here. But what I don't agree is that we shouldn't, as council, appear to be influencing people's votes. I do have faith in our citizens of Calexico and Imperial County. We should respect our citizens' choice. I know that they will do the right thing, and therefore I will be opposing the adoption of this resolution.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Thailenda.
Well, so this is very interesting. We don't get a lot of visits from our supervisor for District 1, who, as recently I've seen that they have a lot of experience with the districts and went through a redistricting. And I wish I would have understood what was going on back then in 2020, 2021, why these districts are done for politics, right? So you don't have to campaign so hard and all these things. It's very interesting. And we're a rural community. Beyond, contrary to popular belief, I'm actually independent. It's not about Democrats or Republicans. The way I see it, it's millions of dollars that could literally be used to fix all our problems here in the city of Calexico. I've never felt that our city or our county has been thought about or properly represented at large. And I mean, our governor just vetoed Padilla's bill for Salton Sea. They talk a lot about us across the United States. We have very high rates of cancer. We have to literally fight for money for our new river. We're not even done with that project. There's so many things that continue to go underserved and not even looked at or cared about because we're this big. And I also don't agree that a lot of individuals come over here and say, this isn't important to talk about. It is important. We're here to talk about all kinds of stuff, especially something that's going to affect rural communities. We are a rural community. It's not about blue or red, I could care less about that. It's not about someone's skin color or Hispanics. I'm married to a man who comes from 43, Ejido 43. I don't, I don't see that, so let's not make it about that. And a lot of the letters that we've gotten talk about like, Calexico should focus on their infrastructure. We're trying. If at large we could get more money and more attention, we could fix everything. And the millions of dollars used for this type of move, whatever it may be, is a disservice to our rural community. And it's not about influencing the voters. I don't see it that way. I'm not trying to influence anyone. I'm talking about what that money could be better used for. And there's a lot of things. Even if you split it up with the 490 some cities in the state of California, we could all get something. We have a $12 billion deficit, and those numbers are skewed. It's, they know how to cook the books. How do you even account for $12 billion in a deficit, right? How do you find that money? With that said, I don't think it's in our city's best interest to not oppose this. It's not about the voters, it's about sharing information, and we should be here for that. A lot of the times these types of bills are confusing. People don't even know what redistricting is sometimes, and that's what we're here for, to shed light on important items as this one. So with that said, I have nothing else to say right now. I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you. I believe this is a decision that belongs to the voters and not elected officials. My role is not to influence how our residents vote, but encourage civic participation, transparency, and respectful dialogue within our community. I encourage our citizens to ask questions and seek the facts. My vote is no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Calderon?
Good evening, and I understand every input from everyone that has come up to speak today. Like some of my colleagues, I believe this decision is on the voters, not on us. We should allow our voters to decide what's the future of California. And we speak about, issues of the new river. Well, we're still waiting for funding for the new river. We've had this problem, I was born and raised here, I think it was even before. And we have not received any funding. So why are we getting into something that really doesn't really, at this point, is symbolic? It's not an equal action here. So let the voters decide, and whatever the outcome is, then we have to accept it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we do a motion, I just want to clear out, I've never used ChatGPT, and I won't. I like to use my brain.
Can I ask a question?
I also, yes.
How are the voters not deciding?
Well,
it keeps coming up, and I don't see how this would not allow the voters to vote. I don't see that, but I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
They get to vote still. This has no influence on their vote.
Okay, I'm also not sugarcoating anything. The difference between some people and others is that some people aren't afraid to take a stance. And I'm one of them. And to say, let the voters decide, is not an excuse for me to take a stance for what does not benefit my city. And this does not benefit my city. So I'm not scared to take a stance. I'm not scared of criticism, because that's what I signed up for. That's why I'm here, to represent the citizens, to take the punches for them. I'm not scared to take a stance. So those of you that say, let the voters vote, we are not tying their hands. They will vote. They will vote. But cities do take stands everywhere, on positions everywhere. We offer letters of support. We offer resolutions. The majority of our district attorneys at the state level took a position. The majority of our sheriffs, including our very own sheriff, took a position. These are the brave people that are not scared to take a stance. And just so you know, I'm not gaslighting, not gaslighting, but grandstanding. That is who I am, and that is what we should all be here as representatives of the city, because we should be who we are. Let's put it out there. There's nothing wrong with bringing this as a city council, because the main argument is let the decision go to the voters. It will go to the voters. It will be the voters. But it is our responsibility as the elected representatives of many people that we know are not aware of what's happening. And that's what we're doing. We're bringing awareness. And I'll finish with this. Someone who's a friend of everyone or wants to be a friend of everyone is really a friend of no one. Take a position. And that's all I have to say. Don't be afraid to take it. I'm not afraid to take it. That's why I brought it here. And if anything, and even if this doesn't pass, it's okay. Because I'm not trying to influence. I'm trying to educate. So with that, do we have a motion?
I do have just one comment before we go into the motions. I have never had an, excuse me, a problem opposing anything. As a matter of fact, some of you have called me Mr. No. So what I'm telling you is we're going to make a decision today, and I don't think none of us are scared to make a decision tonight. It's a democratic way, and I guess Mr. No will be different today. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. So I was elected to make policies for Calexico. That's my understanding. My other job is to be a teacher, and I know what this proposition is doing to my students. So yes, I'm standing on exactly that, and I'm not afraid to stand for that. So when you call out people that are not standing, I think we all have our own convictions and our ideas, and you should be respectful of that. Thank you.
And thank you for that. That's a much better explanation than just saying let the people vote. I appreciate that more.
But I can say whatever it is I feel when I do.
And I
so thank
appreciate
you.
that. Let's be true to the people. Thank you. Okay, any motion?
I motion
Motion for what?
to oppose Proposition 50.
So you motion to approve the resolution as is?
As is.
Okay, I second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
No.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
No.
Councilmember Calderon?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Now that was a good discussion. Moving on to item number 13. Authorize city manager to issue purchase order to Great Western Recreation in the amount of $51,488.50 to purchase and install replacement parts for Adrian C. Cordova Memorial Park Playground. Do we have a presentation?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and members of the council, City Council. This item is to invest money for the restoration of the existing playground at the Cordova Park. This installation is 7 years old now, and the Public Works staff make an inspection. We found that that is actually in need of repairs. So we contacted the company that installed the facility. They made their assessment, and the cost to repair and bring the playground to, kind of a new condition is $51,488.50. In your documents, you have the quote. Is dated August 22, 2025, and I'm here to respond any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I have a question. 51,488.50 cents. What budget or what funding are you going to use to purchase this?
The funding comes from the Bravo Victoria CFD.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is that, as you know, 2 council meetings ago, we actually, well, this council approved RFP for a redesign and so forth. Are we going to have enough money to be able to get that done?
Yes, and actually this restoration is in the northern part. It's not part of this southerly section that is going to be part of the RFP for the analysis and redesign if applies. Yes, and the answer is yes.
Okay, and my last one is, I assume that we have the other parks in line too to get repaired, correct? Because there's a lot of parks that need repaired.
Yeah.
Where are we at with that?
So what was the question? I couldn't get the...
There's other parks that need repairs. Like, for instance, the Horizon Park has a jungle gym that is very dangerous for our kids. So are these parks on a list to be repaired?
Yeah, the Public Works Department is actually working in all the parks. So for this specific park, we have the funding from the CFDs, and this funding is not going to be applied in any other park.
Yeah, well, it's only for...
Yeah, but anyways, we are, every time we're working on funding or looking for funding for the other parks. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Do we have any comment?
Yes, we do. Monica Valdivia and Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio, Mayor Noricumbo. Apreciamos mucho los miembros de la comunidad que se esté haciendo las reparaciones al parque. Lo único que quiero que se aclare y quede en agenda por escrito, que no queremos después que digan que se están usando los fondos del CFD y después digan que para lo que tenemos y que ya se votó, después digan que ya no hay dinero, porque sabemos que tenemos los fondos limitados ahorita y queremos primero que se resuelva lo que ya está pendiente. Creo que eso debería venir primero antes de cualquier arreglo. Nuestros hijos son los que viven ahí, nuestros hijos, nietos son los que deben disfrutarlo primero. Como ya dije también en anteriores comentarios, siguen las agresiones hacia nosotros en páginas de Facebook por personas que no son ni siquiera de nuestra comunidad. Comunidad me refiero a Victoria Villas. Siguen atacando diciendo que no se está usando fondos de CFD, lo cual acaban de decir que sí se va a usar fondos del CFD para reparar ese parque. No solamente niños de esa comunidad lo usan, mucha gente de otras comunidades de Calexico acuden a él. Y está bien, lo que queremos es que los niños tengan donde jugar, pero no queremos que gente como esas personas sigan atacándonos y diciendo que son mentiras las que venimos y decimos aquí. De mi parte, cuesta mucho trabajo venir y pararse aquí para estar hablando los problemas que hay en la comunidad. Entonces no es agradable. Yo no he atacado a esas personas, no he sido responsable ni irrespetuosa con ellas. Simplemente pido que sean respetuosos con mis derechos y que el concilio ponga un alto a estas personas, por favor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y buenas noches a todos y gracias por escucharnos. Es el único tiempo que tenemos para hablar. Sí, como dijo la señora Mónica, hemos sido directamente atacados por defender nuestro derecho a ese parque. Tristemente, pues Señor Legaspi, no podemos, como le dije el otro día, no podemos tratar con gente porque gente delincuente, la gente que actúa así y se burla de los demás y traspasa propiedades que nosotros hemos también respetado para no entrar, no se puede tratar con esa gente. No estamos hablando de gente educada, ni gente racional. Es triste ver eso, como a mi persona se me ha atacado. Y estamos contentos, señor Villegas, gracias por querer reparar el parque, gracias por querer hacer el bien para los niños, pero sí nos preocupa, ¿verdad? Nos preocupa que el dinero, como se ha mentido tanto, hay cosas que se hacen legales, pero no son legales, aparentemente son legales. Si nos remontamos para atrás y nos ponemos a leer minuta por minuta, como lo hemos hecho mucha gente que hemos estado estudiando todo este problema, nos vamos a dar cuenta de todo lo mal que está ahí abajo. Pero ¿saben qué? Pues realmente si usted quiere leer y de aquí, enterarse de aquí para adelante y no quiere abrir los ojos, pues eso es otra cosa. Aquí podemos sentir, yo lo puedo sentir y me da tanta tristeza pararme aquí y ver la división que hay. La gente nos estamos dando cuenta, pero lo único que les digo es, estamos agradecidos por quienes van a hacer lo correcto. Los invito un día, vayan conmigo, platiquen, todos los días usamos ese parque y dense cuenta cómo están los niños allí atrapados, no pueden ni moverse porque no hay espacio. Y ese espacio, hay 3 canchas allí, que 2 canchas no tendrían que estar allí. Pero la necedad de gente que está aquí enfrente de nosotros, algunas personas que estamos viendo, ojalá me equivoque, pero vemos esa necedad por dar la contraria. Basta, estamos cansados de ver esto. Queremos justicia, queremos cosas normales para todos. No podemos estar peleando por un parque. Salgan allá afuera y qué vergüenza. Nos ven por fuera las otras ciudades y comentan, qué vergüenza. Y hay gente que está tratando de resolver esto. Basta de estar divididos, razonen, dense cuenta, es algo natural que los niños quieran jugar, pero por favor, no quieran decir que allí no hay impacto, no quieran decir que eso se usó de la medida H. Este parque es para todos los niños de Calexico.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias.
June Kim.
Again, I want to try to be more calm down. Okay, I think last meeting I've been explained about the parks. City of Calexico, school district, they have MOU. For example, like whether especially like this condition or congestion of the playground. So city recreational departments contact with the school district, they can arrange the use of the playground. And MOU been approved because unfortunately, City of Calexico, we don't have the regular playground or parks, very unlimited. And we have one park right now, so we're talking about the Cordoba Park, that's residing inside of the residential areas. So now we have some groups, they have so anxious to get there to use it, but unfortunately they are molesting about their neighbors. Gutierrez Park, they did different stories. They didn't bother like other playground. So they could have that one minimizing the impact of the residents, but the Cordoba Park is designed to make the community parks in that areas, residential. So that is different stories. And then when they're making the ground, they made the park, but they don't have a running cost, and so that's why they created the safety bond to funding to repair that areas, parks. And I don't know exactly all the details that we are approving tonight about the Cordova Park. It might necessary to, we might focusing, solving that areas. And City of Calexico, or actually county, they should have some big lot outside of Calexico or beside the Calexico to big land to have county-wise the play games. And PAR, they are team come from out of the county and out of the city. So we don't have capacity to the holding like that. And only we can go ask the school district playground. That's the better serve for our community as a city of Calexico to approving or the stating about the condition of the MOU, so we can City of Calexico can help the other groups to using the playground, and then let the Cordova Park
Thank you, sir.
as designed as original. Thank you.
Received a comment via email from Christian Salgado. No more comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. Does anybody have a comment on item number 13?
Just a question, so then the citizens don't want us to move forth on the park? Is that what they're saying?
We're just listening to comment, but we're not going to dialogue with the audience. It's just listening to their comment.
Well, we do listen to the citizens, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, don't speak from the audience, please. Okay, anybody else have another comment? No? Okay, do I have a motion on item number 13? I motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 17. Discuss and review proposed for emergency medical services user fee schedule per the EMS rate study dated April 2018 and set a public hearing date of November 5th, 2025. Do we have any public comment?
No, we don't.
Okay, does council? Council have any questions or comments?
No.
Councilmember Calderon? No? Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, item number 18, authorize Public Works Department to advertise requests for proposals for engineering design services to replace the existing gaseous chlorine feed system with a liquid hypochlorite feed system and water treatment plant and east side water reservoir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an improvement to our water treatment plant, and staff is here to help us with a more detailed explanation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and people attending. My name is Fernando Williams, and I will be presenting this item to you. To give a quick summary so that we all understand some of the important elements of this agenda item, I will be giving a quick background, which is that the City of Calexico owns and operates a water treatment plant in an east side water reservoir, which provides the citizens with our clean and potable water. The water that we receive comes from the Colorado River, and it comes through the ID's All-American Canal. The process to treat the water so that we can distribute it and supply it to the residents is very complicated, but right now we're just gonna focus on one portion, which is the disinfection of the water by the use, in our case, of chlorine. Chlorine is categorized by the Clean Air Act as a hazardous air pollutant, which means that it is subject to very stringent and rigorous measures to mitigate any possible release that might affect and endanger the nearby population. This affects our city because surrounding the water treatment plant, we have residential areas, commercial areas, school areas, and also the international border. And surrounding the Eastside Water Reservoir, we have residential areas. So we have to take these measures to avoid any possible leak that might endanger them. As it stands right now, the city's chlorine gas equipment was installed in 2010, and the useful lifespan for that infrastructure is supposed to be 10 years. So now we are at 15 years from past the installation of that equipment. That means that currently the city is at a pivotal time to take action to renew or update the current infrastructure that we have for the gas chlorine. But that's not the only option that we have to treat our water. There's another option that's called sodium hypochlorite, which is nothing else than liquid chlorine that's injected into the system. Now, the important part of this situation is that there are many cities within the county that have also made the switch from the chlorine to the liquid hypochlorite. And now that we are at a crossroads where we have to take action and choose either staying with the gas chlorine or switching to the sodium hypochlorite, we might want to consider doing the switch to the other option, which is a lot safer than the current gas that we utilize. If we want to consider the fiscal impact or the economic of the decision, it's that per year, and these are the numbers that we have, we spend at around, $110,000 in the supply of the gas right now. But that's not the only cost that's associated with the gas chlorine, because as I mentioned before, it is categorized as a hazardous air pollutant, and that means that there are a lot of regulations and permits and trainings that the staff has to make to keep in compliance with both federal and state regulations. So those amounts of the permits add up to a total of at around $187,000 a year for the maintenance and the trainings and all of those other costs associated with the use and maintenance and storage of the gas chlorine. Based off information that we have from other agencies, the anticipated cost if we switch to the sodium hypochlorite would be to around $145,000. So even though the pure cost of the sodium hypochlorite it's a little bit more than the cost for the gas, if we add up the other surrounding cost, it's gonna be way less per year. So that's why right now, again, as I already said, we're at a point of decision. Either we stay with this current gas feed system, or we switch to a liquid system. And based of those of that information that we just provided, the staff recommendation is right now to get authorization to request proposals for the conversion of our current gas chlorine system to a liquid hypochlorite feed system. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help you.
Does the council have any questions for?
I have a question, but I don't know who else has.
I also have a question.
You have a question?
I have a comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I know that, no, I approve this, definitely for safety factors. I remember, I think it was in 2024 when someone got burnt, and he came up here and explained. And I believe during our storm, we had a hiccup. It's like the movies. We had a hiccup during the storm. A warning. And what was that warning?
Say it.
What was that warning regarding the chlorine and gas?
The system failed, and our staff was able to
Control
the situation, but it's actually warning, so our risk is there. So, yeah.
Right. So the risk is there. So throughout the city, our county, everyone has switched to chlorine, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, safety comes first. That's why I will be approving this one. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Thailenda?
Yeah, so I know that, I understand that this is just for the RFP, but ultimately, previously, when this has been brought before us, it was tied to a water rate increase. So, I mean, that has to have been something discussed amongst staff. Is that still part of this? If we were to move forward with an RFP, we get RFPs back, and then what? Are we looking at a water rate increase, or how is this going to be funded?
Well, actually, yeah, actually it's vice versa. Right now, we have to invest in the water system. So you either pay, and this is a rough number, $3.5 million to remove and replace the existing gas chlorine system, or the estimate is that the new liquid system is about $1.5 million. So even just the investment.
I'm going to interrupt you though.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Give me a second. So I just need an answer. Is this tied to a water rate increase in the future? Are we going to see that come back? Because
I would say this is tied to not increase.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I do agree. This has been a while coming. I would love to see the system upgraded to the hypochlorine or chlorite, however it is called. I do think we need to do that change, but I also don't want us to have any surprises. So I am very interested in, are we going to be anticipating that? So
No,
it's just either pay for one or pay for the other.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah. You have to choose how much you want to spend and what's the probability to increase the rate. So if you go to page number 4, you'll see the anticipated cost. So basically, if we get a stick with gas, the chances to increase the rates are way higher than if we switch to liquid. Just because just investment to remove and replace with the same old technology is $3.5 million. It's not, it's a rough number, but we are going to be in the vicinity of that number, because since most of the cities are switching to liquid, there is not too many options to hire a company and reinstall a gas system. So basically, if there is no competition, the prices goes up just for the installation, not taking into the equation the expenses. So basically, say you want to not increase the rates, so basically liquid is your best option, because what the cities actually, the money we are spending right now is way higher, just the materials and the trainings and all the safety measures we have to follow, plus the $3.5 million. So basically, your safest way to not increase, if you guys are just going to base your decision on this project, liquid is the safest.
Yeah, no, but see, in the staff report, it doesn't say what you just said. It summarizes it, pros and cons, but it doesn't say, where the money's coming from, if it's going to be subject to the water rate increase. And so anytime that we start talking about this particular situation, the chatter start, they're going to raise the water rates. So I just want to get that clear, that this is not tied to something like that in the near future.
Yeah, yeah. And sorry for not including that. We were focused more on the technical and financial benefits, rather than going that road. Unfortunately, I wasn't here back then with this controversy of the rates.
Yeah.
But based on your concern and checking on the result of our analysis, it's safer to go liquid with the fiscal impact.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt, because I feel like, so this project previously was presented to us tied to a water rate increase. I don't know if you guys remember that. That's what it was tied to. So it doesn't say where the money's coming from.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked that question. So not tied to that. We have the funding in theory?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have the funding.
Okay. Because it doesn't
actually,
quite say that
And
either.
you have no option. You either spend the money in one system or the other. It's not like we want to use additional monies, and we don't have to. No, you have to.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I'm saying your chances are way less if you go to with the liquid rather than the gas.
Thank
And
you.
it's just financial. We're not taking into consideration the safety risk. That's a different component. We focus on the financial benefits for the city and for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Calderon.
Good evening again. As you know, I was opposed to this a while back. This is not the first time this item comes up, and since we're investing in the clarifiers, we might as well get the engines going and everything. But I think Ms. Tailanda was correct. In my research, it costs us more to use liquid than gas. And I don't want to go through this and spend all night on this, but I did have a big 2-3 hour conversation with Mr. Villegas, and he was going to get an RFP for both liquid and gas. And the reason why I'm going there is that she is right. Not only there is a water rate pending, but the last thing I want is that we're going to start spending more money to clean our water with liquid because it's less concentrated than gas, and it's going to go to the consumer. So if I'm correct, this extra money will be going to our citizens, and it's going to require a water rate hike. So he's running, like I said, RFP. We're going to let the experts decide, or give us all the information before we make this decision. Because there's a lot of pros and cons to both liquid and gas. But I'm telling you that I know gas is 65% pure, whereas liquid is 12.5. So with that said, we'll just leave it to the RFP, and then when we get that RFP, we'll make our decision as to where we go. Fernando, and thank you for your job well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to say this is long overdue. Thanks for bringing the RFP forward so quickly. I've met with fire department. I've met with the staff and supervisors at the water plant, and now with your information. And there's absolutely no reason. I mean, it's safer. It's cheaper. And I'm so happy that we're going out for the RFP. So that's all I have to say. Do we have any?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Sorry to
done.
interrupt. I got one more comment. And just so you know, because it says, well, if we have issues, I mean, this process has been going since 1946. And I think we've only had one issue, the incident that Mr. Legaspi mentioned. But I'm going to tell you something. Next door neighbor has 3 plants, and guess what they use? It's gas.
Yeah,
So-
I'm sorry for interrupt. Yes,
So-
basically, we're not here to represent Mexicali.
Yeah, well, but I'm
right?
just making,
No,
because
yeah.
we're making it like it's a safety
Yeah,
issue.
no,
Why
yes.
it could be both ways?
Yeah, we're not here representing Mexicali, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what the information we got, but we definitely, before moving forward with this, we did our homework. We actually have a meeting with Mexicali people running the plants. So we have the data. Regardless, the reasons they are not changing it, what we learned is that when smaller populations they have to serve, they are using liquid, not gas. Because there are benefits when the production is not as massive as the one they need in Mexicali. I mean, it's not that Mexicali is not using it, it's that the old plants remain the same, while the new installations, that they don't need really huge production, they actually use liquid.
Well, again, I'm not opposed to the
Yeah,
RFP.
yeah.
Let's let the experts make the decision.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is before moving forward in this and any other project that Public Works is working on, We do some research, not research, but I mean, we go in depth about pros and cons, the financial impact, and the benefits in the long term. I mean, rest assured, we are not taking lightly a park, this installation, or a street. No project is a minor project by the time we do the analysis.
Do you have any public comment? Okay, so do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh. So we have a public comment? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kim.
Okay, I'm glad to see the council member to try to saving the water bill. It's very important for the peoples in here that our water bill gonna impact a lot. My case, I cut all the grass, I still pay over $100. My house, living me and my wife only. We don't have kids, we don't have visitors. So, as you can see how badly our water bill impacting our families. Because right now, the last council, they will raise the price, the rate that impacting us a lot. And just like a fast checking, like $1 million, we're gonna have a grant. And I'm glad if we can have a grant, probably reasonable. But if the high cost of the running, the operating, that we have to look into, make sure we are doing okay, because we don't have to supporting to increasing our cost of the productions. Then gonna be impacting everybody's pockets and food. And also, I have a friend, he used to work at IID, and he was saying that the IID using those chlorine system, they were built their own house, in-house. They didn't cost much. So in case of the gas, we keep the gas, we don't have to do much. But in case if we need to change it, look into communicate with the IID. They already had built their own system by them employees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any more comment? Do you have so you had a motion to approve? Councilman, do we have a second?
A second.
Roll call? Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay,
So we're gonna have to extend the meeting, but I also want to call 5-minute recess so we can stretch. Because I'm cramping up. So let's do a motion to extend the meeting past 9:30. Do we have a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, and I'll call 5-minute recess.
Question.
Okay, we're going to resume our meeting at 9:40 p.m. We are at discussion and potential action items. Item number 19, approve the City of Calexico 5-year program projects 2024-2029 for road projects to be funded by Imperial County Local Transportation Authority Sales Tax Revenue Bond. We're talking about the 19? No? Yes.
19, we're on 19.
So I think this is for Public Works Director, number 19.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. There is a lot of people outside trying to talk to me. Yes, basically this list is a list that we are sending to the ICTC every single year. Basically what you're authorizing is the list of all the streets we have in the city. We are actually making every single street eligible for improvements. Other than that, there is no fiscal impact, and there is nothing different we have been doing from 2018.
Okay. Any public comment?
Yes, June Kim.
I think you skip me number 14 on the caller. So if you let me talk, that one just a short talking.
No, we're on item 19. Number 14 was already, it already voted.
Submitted, it was missed.
It's already been passed, and we don't have, do you have a slip? Yeah, so we're on item number 19.
Okay.
Thank you.
The LTA, the bond we're using for the street. And we just recently have a big flood, and we're gonna have more words to come. Especially this year, El Niño is gonna be impact us to more wet years, and unfortunately, the weather is gonna be hurting us for the future. The last several the rains I never seen in the Calexico. So we're gonna have a worse, and I believe we need to spend that money. Even we made the plan, we need to make the repair the draining system. Very urgently, we need it. And when I see the drain, some of the stores, they put the sand back in the front of the stores, water not coming in. So we know where is our always flooding. So we have to preempt it. We cannot say, oh, we have our system is not supporting that. Then we have to do something. So where is our money? We paying the interest to issue the bond, and we setting into the bank. Majorly same things. We borrow the money through our income, and then we paying the interest, one not doing nothing. So, of course, potholes very necessary, but the other one is that our drain system needs to be changed, and also the water raising, the causing all the chaos. The children used to be they play. What I heard, what's called the water. The retention center, they have a water retention, they are just staying there. Nobody pumping. Or they have some problem. So city has to deal with the IID, who's responsible for pumping. What I heard that their canal to gonna be very high. So we have to pump the water, the drain water. So whatever you find, you have to look into spend that money to make sure to taking care of the potholes plus the draining. That's why I'm in here. And also, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other Public comment, okay. Do we have, bring it back to the council? Does the council have any questions or comments?
I do. The LTA, it's been brought to my attention quite a few times, and I did ask for an update on the LTA from city manager and the public works director. We have like almost $3 million still that hasn't been spent since 2018. That's what the ICTC director shared with me. Remember I
Yeah.
shared that? So this is for that?
Basically, this is to make the street eligible.
Right, and then
for
what are the
those
next?
funding.
Yeah, what are the next steps after that?
Well, after this is done, we are going to prepare or to propose the streets to be improved. But basically, before moving in that direction, right now we have a few projects under design and obviously construction eventually. But what Mr. Martinez and myself, we have been talking is to make a study, payment management system, which is going to tell us exactly what streets should be improved, which portion should be restored or reconstruct to make a better impact based on the funding we have.
Yeah.
So basically, all we're doing tonight is making this eligible. As to which street will be improved next, stay tuned.
Yeah. No.
Public Works is going to start this study. We are going to offer you the results, and you guys will tell us, okay, based on the results, do this, do that.
Because I asked for that payment management system a while back. I mean, within the last 9 months since we've been here, because it's important that we as a council get that information.
Exactly.
And then we as a council decide what projects we believe are more important for the, you know, the community. But awesome. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have no other questions.
Anybody else? No? Councilmember Calderon? No? Okay, do we have a motion? A motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, item number 20, staff recommend that the city council approve and authorize to continue contract with Axon Enterprises, Inc. for use by the Calexico Police Department.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This before you is a continuation for the contract we currently have. Historically, we've always used Axon. 2006, we deployed the first taser, which was the M29. And then in 2016, we started deploying the Axon cameras as a joint contract. One of the benefits of having the contracts, it's during that year we reduced our complaints from 18 to 19 a year to 2. And that has obviously reduces in litigation, in manpower usage, as far as to investigate these complaints, because every complaint is an internal affairs investigation that we need to investigate. Also, last year we paid about $110,000 for the last year's worth of contract for Axon. This year is the beginning of the next 5 years, and this year, like everything else, most costs go up a certain percentage, but this year we're actually going less. We're going to pay about $98,000 for the year, and then for the next 4 years it's going to be $102,000. So unlike most other things that have gone up, this has actually gone down. We're going to upgrade to the Axon 10, which gives the officer more chance to have more options. Also, technology is also included in this quote. Axon is also including the AI, which will now take what's recorded and put out a sample report. So a lot of the report will be done already. The officer just has to look it over, add to it to complete the report, so that minimizes report writing time. Axon also has included in the AI translation. So if you have an officer that contacts somebody that speaks, or we have a couple officers that don't speak Spanish, they're able to tap the camera and they'll be able to translate through the camera. So that's another option that's going to help us out a lot. Also the Fusus Center, which is one step closer to becoming, it's one step in becoming more of a, where you can link cameras, things like that. That's something that I'm foreseeing, to have some kind of dispatch where, you know, you're able to look at cameras, hook up with the license plate readers, a lot of things that will help out. Again, even if we didn't go with the cameras, we would still have to get the tasers through Axon because they're the only ones that make the taser. But because we go in with the cameras, we get a better discount. Just on this contract alone, we're looking at $66,000 in savings just by going with the cameras with them. So that's why we're presenting to you, and it's our recommendation to continue on with Axon. It's also used by a lot of agencies. The DAs use it, so we already have a system with the DA's office where we submit videos to them, and so they have without us having to print or put them onto discs, things like that. So before, when we would take a body camera, we would have to put it on a CD and ship it to the DA's office for their review. Now it's done instantaneously. You just create an account, send it off to the DA's, and they have access to the videos without having to, you know, put them on a thumb drive or put them onto a CD. So that's one of the reasons why we want to stick to with Axon.
So we're also going to save on bilingual pay then? We're going to remove that because the cameras will speak Spanish for you.
Well, the officers currently don't get bilingual pay, so yeah.
Do we have any public comment? No. The council? Comment? Question?
I think that's awesome. The cameras that translate, I saw it on a video, and I think that's wonderful to give our staff the tools that they need. So I'm all for it. Thank you, Chief.
Anybody else?
You do? Chief, we've been with this company since 2015.
Correct.
And my question is there any other companies that exist?
Yes. When we usually come up to the end of our contract, we usually get approached by multiple companies to see, you know, if we could go with them. And at the beginning of the last contract, I was approached by a couple companies because I've been in charge of the tasers since the cameras since the implementation. That's been like kind of my thing. So I've looked them out. But as far as interoperability, the connection that we have with the DA's office and being able to share it with other agencies. So it's not just, you know, just trying to save money, it's also the ease of use. So if we have an agency that, for example, we detained one of their officers and they put a request in to have a body cam footage of what the incident occurred, it's done instantaneously through the internet, you know, and they have access to it. And same thing with crimes that occur here that maybe they're investigating somewhere else. We're able to, it's an ease of use thing that reduces manpower. Where other companies, it's either self-stored and they don't connect well with other agencies, because Axon is one of the biggest.
Who joins you? And you said that several other Imperial County agencies are with you.
So originally, when Axon came into the Valley, we were the first. And then after that, I believe the sheriffs, Brawley, El Centro, I believe they use their own separate system, but they do everything in-house. Is when they first started the cameras, they had a server, they had everything was saved in-house. And again, once you save it, then you have to transfer it to the DA's office, and you have to either send it via CD or thumb drive. And of course, that's an expense that we would have to incur. So a lot of agencies, Border Patrol is using it now, even though we don't share it. But I mean, people that are using it, a lot of agencies use it. It's a very popular. LAPD just went to it. Who else do I know that's doing it? Mexicali PD is actually looking into it also. I've heard that they're going to be going to body cameras too. So it's a big company, and it's all stored at their headquarters, so we don't have to do any infrastructure upgrades when we went to the system. So that saves a lot of maintenance, saves a lot of upkeep. When a camera goes down or a taser handle goes down, we just submit an RMA, we ship it off, they send us a brand new one. Same thing with training. We're also, one thing I didn't mention is VR training. So with this new contract, we had a similar VR training in the last contract, but that only included doing training with people with schizophrenia, suicidal subjects. But this is going to be more, use a taser, don't use a taser training. So it's a VR headset that we put the officers through, and they actually do training with a taser, a training taser. And so we're running. It's more encompassing. So if we did, let's say, a different company, they wouldn't offer that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
I'd like to also concur with the chief there. Like he said, it's nationwide used. Valley PD wants to share their recordings and vice versa. It's a lot simpler. And with the district attorney's office, especially on high crime situations, you want to share that right away. So I do concur with that. It's been around for a long, long time.
Any other comments? Okay. Do you have a motion?
I motion.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item number 21, adopt and submit California Office of Emergency Services, CalOES, Universal Resolution and ratify authorization for city manager to sign project assurances for federal assistance.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is an item related back to Hurricane Hillary. So it's just work that we need to, paperwork that we need to have adopted, and then we will be able to seek the $43,000 and change reimbursement for the city.
Okay. Do you have any public comment? The council, any comment, questions? Okay. Do you have a motion?
I motion. Second.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 22, authorize the city manager or his representative to surplus the trailers and approve the transfer of 5 trailers to the Reps for Vets, a nonprofit organization.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This agenda staff report deals with a set of trailers that were donated to us by the county. The county had purchased these trailers during COVID, and once COVID ended, they gave each city a set of trailers. These trailers have been parked in a lot here in the city for the past 5 years with very, very limited use. The trailers that we're talking about have gone into disrepair. Some have been vandalized, stripped out from the outside. The county had approached us along with this nonprofit organization called Vets for Reps. What they do is they help veterans here in the Valley, and they want to use it for unhoused veterans. Their intention is to set up these trailers to get them refurbished. The county is going to help them out to get them refurbished, and they're going to set them up on the south portion of El Centro for homeless veterans. And so what they're requesting is we donate 5 of those trailers for them to be refurbished for that purpose.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment about the council? Any comment or questions?
I do have a couple questions. These are the remainder, or how many are left after these?
4.
4 are still left, and the ones that they rehabbed a couple years ago, are those still at Fire Station 2?
Yes, those are, well, they're here.
Public Works?
Public Works.
So-
Those aren't included.
So there was originally 12, right?
10.
10?
10.
10, originally 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're giving away 5, and then there's 4, so then there's just 1 that's gonna stay with the city?
Yes.
How many did we originally rehab when they got rehabbed?
12.
No,
2.
2. And what happened to the other one, that second one?
There was 2 at fire station number 2. There was 2 at fire station number 2 that we used when they were doing the rehab, and there was, I believe, 1 sitting at not Desert Art, but the camper repair shop on Dogwood and El Centro.
It's still there?
I believe they might still be there, and then the 5 that were sitting at the water plant
There's 6.
on the west side, east side of town.
There's 6 at the water plant.
6.
Okay.
So what's the math again?
So yeah, and
So
we
there-
have
there's
one
a total of
unaccounted
10
for?
10
So
that
there's
we
a
got from
total
the
of
county.
10. We're giving away 5. Then there's the one that's at the fire station. Then, but you guys just mentioned there's 2 there. Those are rehabbed. Those are the ones that
So there might
they
be
spent
two
money on?
at the camper, at the RV, on, Ross and Dogwood. And there's two that were refurbished from that same place and were used for fire station number 2.
Okay.
And there's 6 at the water plant.
So we've just left one in El Centro?
I believe there's 2.
In El Centro?
They're still there.
What's
Just
in
there?
Ross and Dogwood?
It's like an RV camper repair shop.
Why is it
Because
so-
all the electricals were pulled out of it and they were non-functional.
Okay, and so we stopped, we just left it there?
So the last that I've heard, might still be there.
Mike, there's, see,
Yeah,
that's
and
why-
it's an unsure, right? Because I honestly
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
don't know if they're still there or
Yeah.
not. And then but I know that the 2 that we used are now back at the city shop.
Well, can someone take an inventory?
Yeah, can we find out?
Yeah, we'll get the inventory and the exact location and, yeah, but,
So one of the ideas that I had thought of is that we could, obviously, auctioning is the next step. So obviously, we need to get permission to surplus the remainder when they become unusable. And so this is what this staff report allows us to do, to surplus them. Another idea that we could do also is we could take them to an RV repair place where they would fix it, and then they would sell the RV minus their repair cost, and the extra would come back to the city, which would be a lot more than if we were just to auction them out in the state that they are.
They don't want to take the broken police cars and the ambulance.
Yeah.
Can they take it?
I'm glad that we're finally getting rid of them, regardless of where they're selling them and so forth, because they're actually going to fall apart if we don't do anything about them. And it's going to a good cause. But it's my understanding that any city asset should have a value and a public notice to sell and or donate. And see, this process was not done.
Yeah.
And because that leaves other nonprofit organizations that also could have benefited from these trailers. And if we want to be transparent, I think that process needs to be followed for the remaining trailers, because now we don't even know how many we have left. So again, if we can get the inventory, and we speak about transparency, well, we have to let our citizens know what we're doing with them, because it's their money.
Yeah.
So I know we already made the decision with this organization, but that process wasn't followed and left out many nonprofits that could also benefited from this donation.
So these trailers were donated originally from the county, and it's the
Well, I
county that's
understand that,
spearheading,
but
so.
they're city property.
Yes, sir.
So they have to be valued, and also, even the old cars that Mr. Legaspi wants to give away, we have to put a value to them. And whether it's $1, but we have to put a value and then tell our citizens what we're gonna do with these inventories. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Calderon.
Yeah, there's a process, and I really, 100%. Could we table it and see what we could do so we make it a little bit fair and open to other nonprofits to apply?
I think we should. I think
something?
the 5. I
Yeah.
think the 5 are. I mean, they address issues that we have for homelessness, it's veterans. But for the remainder of the stuff, I think we should follow the process. I mean, we've been wanting to, get rid of these trailers before they go bad, and we already have 5 that are willing to take them. And then let's just move on with the other one.
And I hope you don't give them the good ones, all right?
No,
Well,
and
we
they're
don't even
also
know which ones we have.
No, and they're actually taking the worst ones.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So,
'Cause we don't need to
I
invest any money into these.
I just think that the nonprofits should have been done a little differently and have like the same opportunity to apply for it if we were gonna do that. I guess that's why there's like the Surplus Act, right, on how you do things with the surplus property, but I don't know if that applies to this.
No, I
anyway.
agree, and that's
Yeah.
what Councilmember Calderon
Yeah,
was
and
saying.
that's why I agree.
So I just say let's ensure we do that moving forward with the other 7, because we should have 7, and with whatever else.
We have to locate them.
No, well, there's 7.
No, there's
But if we get
there'd be
five,
5 left. There's-
Oh, there was
we don't-
10, not 12? Okay, I'm sorry. 5.
One in San Felipe.
Okay. One's in, behind your house. Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
This is your So moved.
Do I have, okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I'll motion, he second.
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so now we're doing a public hearing. Let me bring out my paper. Do you have it? Can I borrow it? Thank you. Sorry, I left my desk. Okay, we're going to do a public hearing on an urgency interim ordinance of the City Council of the City of Calexico, California, establishing a moratorium on new applications and new permit renewal applications for commercial cannabis businesses. I'd like to open the public hearing at 10:06 p.m. Is there a presentation from staff?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This moratorium would suspend our cannabis permitting program. Under the proposed ordinance, we would allow the 2 currently legal operating cannabis businesses to continue to operate. However, we wouldn't process any new applications or any new renewal applications for those that wish to apply who are currently non-compliant. We have several of those that have had their licenses revoked, who may wish to reapply, but under this moratorium, they wouldn't be able to, as their licenses have already been revoked and they're outstanding with their financial tax payments to the city. For the other, the legal businesses that have submitted the renewals, we would continue to process those renewals. We are working on assessing their renewal applications, and those would be brought before you for action at a future public hearing. As you're aware, the cannabis program is in need of being updated, and that was stated, I think, back in May, and it's been made a council priority. During this moratorium, staff in coordination with the fire department, police department, city manager's office, finance, we would look at ways to bolster the mechanisms for monitoring, enforcement of cannabis permitting, and we'd also look at the process, at the permitting process. In the past, it was under the purview of the Planning Commission. Many cities require that cannabis permitting be done by the legislative body, so we may look at that because it is more transparent to bring it before a city council rather than, in our case, a planning commission that met in irregular fashion and did not have meetings that were not necessarily televised like these meetings are. And so I think we need to evaluate that with this effort. We would be looking at beefing up countermeasures with PD for all those illicit operations out there. Maybe look at having heftier fines or higher penalties, prison time for those cannabis operators that are operating illegally. That's currently not in our ordinance, and so that needs to be put in place. We also have kind of incidental uses like smoke shops that we'd have to add in our ordinance definitions on what constitutes a smoke shop. For example, cannabis paraphernalia. We could prohibit the sale of cannabis paraphernalia at smoke shops. So we might look at that because we've discovered through code enforcement that a lot of smoke shops are selling cannabis products and cannabis paraphernalia. So hopefully that would help prevent that from occurring. And also the moratorium just provides a signal to the cannabis operators that this council takes this seriously as a health and safety risk, and the illegal operators have no, including those that have suspended licenses, have no avenues under this moratorium to seek authorization to operate legally until we revise our ordinance. As such, I would respectfully request that you adopt the urgency ordinance. I would point out that it does require a 4/5 majority of council for approval, as it is an urgency ordinance, and it would take effect immediately.
Okay. Are there any questions from staff? I'm sorry, from the council. So we go in order. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, the ones that are running right now, they're silly questions. Are they legally doing it correctly, or is there any issues with the ones that are currently running that shouldn't be running, or?
Yeah, we have two. We have two that are legally operating.
Good answer.
They have their state license that's active.
Okay.
And based on past policies, we've allowed them to continue operating them while they seek renewal of their application, of their conditional use permits.
So this is basically putting a pause for the new ones that are coming in, just to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row?
Precisely. I have heard of others that may be interested. We received notices from the Department of Cannabis Control of prospective cannabis operators. For example, we received a notice on a site over on Vandegraff, so that would this would suspend any possibility for them for applying, and so it would give us time to address issues before we get. We're having trouble monitoring and enforcing our code on the existing operations, so we don't want to add new applications until we address those outstanding issues. And we also don't want to give those other operators who have had their licenses suspended the opportunity to apply for a renewal.
Okay, Councilmember Telen?
Yeah, no, I think this is needed. And initially the ordinances, I've seen those too many times for the city, for cannabis, when they were adopted back and formulated in they worked on it quite a few years, 2016, 2017, and ultimately 2018. They were insane for a city this size. So I guess we're probably going to have this on our priorities workshop, I take it, to see how we're going to work on the ordinances and do workshops, correct? Until, yes. Okay, yeah. Because I don't see us, I don't think this should even have more than one, but here we are, so we have two. So yeah, no, I think this is great. Thank you.
Councilmember Marcos?
Yeah, I do have a question. How long will this be in place?
So we're just following the protocol that's set forth by the state legislature. That's in the government code. The initial period is 45 days. I'm just following the process set up by the state. And then we'll bring back another ordinance on November 19th. I would extend it for up to 22 months and 15 days.
And what would determine whether you extend it or not?
It would require another 4/5 vote to continue the moratorium.
Okay.
Councilmember Calderon?
Mr. Coyne.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what kind of, Mr. Legaspi asked you about if we were in compliance, and you said that we were having issues keeping those two that are open in compliance. So my question, if we're having issues, why are they still open?
So there was previous policy where they were allowed to continue operating.
Yeah, I know that. That's why it came up before this council, because there was no accountability as to what they were actually, their businesses.
So right now, what we're looking at, so there's no auditing mechanism in our municipal code. We're on the hook for paying for their auditing. So we're trying to figure that out internally. We had an RFP out for HGL I'm sorry, we didn't, not an RFP, we received a quote from HDL for auditing services.
Yes.
So before, we have inspected one of the sites that we received the first renewal on. Police, fire, code compliance, planning went out to inspect it. We created a checklist based on the resolution and ordinance. And that one passed inspection. The only thing that's pending is auditing.
Okay.
And so once we have the auditing in place, we can come back with a recommendation for renewal to council. But that's the delay, really, it's the auditing.
Yeah. And can you just tell this council how much that audit costs? Since the city's paying for it?
Well, and that's the issue. It can range from about 6,000 to 10,000 per audit. And there's an annual, and it'd be an annual audit. Just the financial, the financial audit.
All right.
And is that the same issues with the second one?
Yes, so same thing. So
it's 20 grand.
So we would have to figure out.
It's one. See, I don't think the city should be paying that dime. I mean, any other business.
And that's part of the ordinance update. We would want to ensure that the applicant is responsible for paying for the auditing. So we would inscribe that in the ordinance.
So don't you think it would be best just not to start from fresh? I mean, start all over. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I've said it before, I'm not against it, but the process that was implemented in 2016 was not followed at all. So why are we allowing these two to still function when we don't have accountability?
Well, partly because, I mean, they still, and I won't speak for finance, but I believe they're current on their taxes. And so part of it would be a financial hit on the city to immediately halt these businesses who have, from their perspective, have been in compliance with city direction and with our policies.
What is the gain for the city from these dispensaries? Or the overall cannabis?
The dollar amount? I believe we get like 150,000 a fiscal year, more or less.
For both?
Mm-hmm.
And sales tax?
It's they do quarterly reporting, so it's they have to have it's like a cannabis permit, so it's a quarterly basis.
And this is not taking into consideration the man hours that we're putting into it. So how much are we really benefiting from having these two open, or any of them open?
I don't know if it works the same, but business-wise, I don't think it's legal that when somebody it has been established, if they're following everything that has been asked for them, I don't think you can just go and shut them down. So, am I correct?
Yes, you have to provide them due process. They would have to have a public hearing before this council if you guys would want to basically cancel their conditional use permit.
But it is my understanding when the presentation was made back a few months ago, that only one of them was in compliance. The other one had a suspended business license, or had not paid for it. So, in reality, I think there's only one that had been approved or was working legally.
From my understanding, both of them have active business licenses and are current on their payments.
But now they are.
Yes.
They weren't then. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, in fact, the other one, the cultivation facility, hadn't applied for the renewal. But we did inform them. They had applied, but through the city manager's office, and it wasn't processed. It sat in the city manager's office for many months.
Okay.
And so, but not the city manager.
Not that one or that one? Or which one? Which one?
So, I mean, it's part of, and I understand their perspective. They did try to submit a renewal in a timely fashion, but it wasn't processed. And so now we are working on processing it.
I just think we need to be very vigilant in regards to making sure these, they're operating the way they're supposed to. And secondly, that if it's not something that's if somebody's not keeping their end of the bargain and they're not bringing anything to the table, then why are we getting the short end of the stick? That's all.
Absolutely, no, yes.
Any other questions or comments? So, sorry, let me go back to the hearing. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay. Being that there are no other speakers, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing at 10:20 p.m. Do we have a motion to approve, or any motion?
A motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, going to informational items. Item number 25, status of audit findings from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, CDHCD, for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Act home programs.
Yes, I can give a brief report or answer any questions. This is an ongoing item. City staff is making good progress on CDBG-related findings, and the state HCD does not anticipate repayment of CDBG funds, as we are finding that activities that are under the audit appear to be eligible. Once reconciled, cleared, and reported with HCD, there's a good possibility that CDBG program income funds will also be able to be utilized by the city. The home side of the audit is still a little delayed. That's based on the state's staff and a bit of availability to work on this audit. So that's definitely going to continue into the new calendar year. If all outstanding monetary findings are cleared, the expected timeline to reestablish eligibility for these funds will be potentially the second quarter of the next fiscal year, 26-27. And I just might add that, again, I think this is definitely should be a priority of the council, and it is. These funds are something that almost all cities receive. Certainly all the cities of our demographic and economic status receive these fundings, and it's important that we bring them back to the community. So we're making good progress overall, and hope to have good news next year. We'll keep the council apprised of the progress.
Mr. Martinez, just for the record, can you let the public know how long the city of Calexico has not received these funds?
Well, the monitorings were conducted in 14 and 15. So I don't know the exact answer, council member, but I believe it's been through probably 16. So it's probably approaching 10 years.
That's all, thank you.
It's a long time.
Yes.
Do you have a comment, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi? Councilmember Thalinda?
No. Oh, I do. Yeah, it has been 10 years. So one of my questions, so you guys are actively, I'm assuming based on the staff report, giving the state information, right? So all this right here is based off of what they've said, that to anticipate 2026 we'll have it unfrozen? That's what I'm understanding?
That's what it's shaping to be. Things could change, but that's what it's shaping to be. We meet with them every 2 weeks.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
So this is something that
Wonderful.
is definitely being worked on. We meet with them every 2 weeks.
Thank you. I appreciate this. This is really important for our city. It's a big deal, and I hope that we as a council can make this happen for our community. It's super important, so thank you so much.
Councilmember Marquez? Councilmember Calderon?
Just kudos to our staff for getting that going. I mean, every city gets it every year, and Calexico's been 10 years since we have received any funding. That's all. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that I had a brief conversation with the grants manager today, and she was informing me that yeah, you guys meet constantly, and the relationship is there, and them wanting to help us is also there. She did mention that part of the reason why it might be taking a little bit longer than expected is because we changed our financial software, I think, like in 2015. So she's having to kind of do a semi-internal audit, and so that we can submit that information. That's one. And then the other one that's also very time consuming is that they're requesting that we develop manuals for policies and procedures, which are, you know, like hundreds of pages of work. So just wanted to share that with the council, that's what they've been coming back with us, and that's kind of the work that they're doing. So it's a lot of work, but we're progressing. So
Can I add, kudos to staff. It sounds awful to have to rebuild paperwork from the past that you don't even know what was there or not. So that's awesome. Thank you, guys.
okay, item number 26, informational item, truck route on Cole Boulevard between ML King Avenue and Becker Road.
Yeah, good evening again, Mayor and council members. Basically, what I did is this report to provide you with really accurate information as to the location we are proposing to install the traffic counters along both Cole Road and State Highway 98. The idea is to collect data simultaneously along both of these roads, which are very important, both of them. We already have an agreement with the county. We are going to use their equipment. They are going to come and install it. So since 98 is Caltrans right away, we submit this information, and their right away department has been reviewing to make a determination if we need to provide additional paperwork or documents in order for them to grant the encroachment permit. I'm not anticipating to be, requested to add more information, just because this is not an invasive project. We are just going to install the counters, and no excavations or no alterations will be done. Today I had a conversation with Caltrans, and they didn't find anything, but I've been asking to give us the encroachment permit, because county is not going to install anything until the encroachment permit is already approved. So basically, if everything goes right, and based on my conversation that I have today, I'm anticipating that in a couple of weeks we should be able to install those counters and then start making this analysis.
And I just might add for the public, the reason why we're doing this work is it'll be the precursor to our analysis for the possibility to, work with the truck traffic that's coming through our city, and causing deterioration on our road. So we need this information to be able to then look at future policies when it comes to truck traffic coming through our city.
So do you think this will be accomplished way before our streets get damaged on Cole Road?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm not anticipating a 2-year waiting for the Caltrans encroachment permit as it used to be. So our analysis or our results, I would say in 2 months we should have the numbers and start doing the analysis. Based on some opinions from people, they say, well, if city is too concerned, the city council should take action to force those trucks to drive outside the city until the results are done. But that's a something I'm going to bring additional information in our next, the next time we go over this item. Meanwhile, we're still working with the Caltrans and the county public works. Everything is moving, smoothly forward, and I'm really optimistic to have those counters installed within 2 weeks. Cross the fingers with Caltrans, though.
Okay. Anything else on that item?
Yeah, can we just write a resolution and put it in effect after you actually put those meters out? To
The prohibition,
direct-
sir?
Yeah, to keep our traffic or truck
I
traffic.
think
from
we,
Cole Road?
something like that probably could happen, but I think we're trying to understand what would be the impact. If we prohibit them here, what happens? What is the practical impact of that? So, yeah. Our police chief has authority over this per our
Yeah,
municipal
that's what
code.
I'm saying, just a
Yeah,
resolution.
so, but we wanted to do this analysis to then perhaps better understand what would be the after effect of doing, whatever policy we do in the future.
Okay, anybody else? All right, moving on to future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes, regarding to the mosquito issues, I know that you're working on it. I know we've talked about that.
Yes, Chef. Basically, we have to recognize we have a problem with our retention basins. I have been visiting all of them. In a few of them, they're already empty. Infrastructure needs to be improved, definitely. But we have some others that are not done. Staff is pumping the stormwater out of those retention basins that cannot remove the water by itself. And the idea is to set up an additional crew to start removing vegetation that is around the retention basins to allow county's vector program personnel to enter and spray their product, which is basically mineral oil, is not a chemical, and abate the problem.
Well, hopefully we can do that sooner than later.
No, yeah, actually, we are working on that as we speak. The water is being removed. Every single day. We just moved from Zapata and Gutierrez Park. All those parks are practically done. And just today we were working on Alameda Park is the one already done. We were working on the Zapata, and then the one nearby Harrington Street.
I think in summer we can provide an update on 11.5 where we stand.
Right.
It's definitely a project in process. So if the council would like an update on this subject, 11.5, we can do that.
Okay. Also, the food truck, what's going on with that?
So we're looking to bring an ordinance on the second meeting in November,
Okay.
a draft ordinance.
Councilmember Thailenda.
Okay, so I have a few. And I don't know how this works, so city manager, maybe city attorney, give me feedback. I guess I'll let you know when I need feedback when that agenda request comes up. But an update, a few months ago, when Mr. Daniels was here, the council gave direction to adjust the permit fees so that they were competitive. I don't know if you guys remember. I haven't seen an update on that. I don't know what was done, what was adjusted, what the rates look like. I have no idea what was changed, if anything. So I would like an update on that. That's one. I did request department memos. I don't know how city manager would like to provide that to us, but I think, as I've mentioned before, it's important for us to have an idea what's going on in the various departments. So if we're asked, we're informed on certain projects, statuses, etc. You already asked the food truck ordinance. I did request a business license fee for special events to kind of mirror what the garage permit process is. The first 4 are free, and then after that you have to get a business license. So something like that, in essence what we looked at for the Christmas parade, how you guys are doing fees for that parade. So something for special events, a lot of people get the temporary use permits, and then they have to deal with not only the city fees, but if they're selling food, other fees from the county. And I've asked for that. And the agenda policy review, if we can get that on here again, because I'm so confused, for review, just to end discussion, how that works. And then I did request quite a while back an update on the school fees. Since then, they have been updated, and we did not get the update, so now the school fees are $12.17. And so I'd like an update, and I'd also like maybe a second. The school district has their needs. We need to make sure that our youth, our students, are getting the best amenities, the best of everything, right? They're our future. So I would like to request that we have a workshop, if possible, united with the Calexico School District to see what we can do. I know that other cities, jurisdictions, agencies work with school districts when they're in this unique situation that they have to go to the highest rate of their bond, of their tiers of what they charge, and they actually pick and choose certain projects to try and adjust the rate for development. So it's not necessarily telling the school district, don't charge $12.17. By all means, charge what you have to. But for example, there's people who do ADUs. I've been approached by people with cancer who can't afford the $12.17. And unfortunately, I have to tell them, like, well, the city has no jurisdiction over the school fees. But technically, we could work with the school district to help us identify what would help our community, and maybe do special rates for ADUs or projects that are mom and pop, not necessarily big subdivisions. So if I could get some direction on how we would go about that, scheduling a workshop entirely so we could all have a good meeting in the middle and identify some projects that we'd like to present to them and options, like maybe a special rate or whatever they could also propose on their end towards us. I think it's really needed because we have the highest rates in all the valley. Neighboring jurisdictions, they range from, really $3 and change to $4 and change, and we're at $12.17. And then, so do you want seconds? Because these are a lot of things I've already asked. I've already asked for. So, and I've already gotten seconds for. So I'm just.
So you just got to remember that for all the items. I mean, I'm going to second you on 3 items I find important, but there's other items like what you had mentioned with the garage thing to mirror a policy.
Yeah.
So you got to remember that we have to put an agenda item, bring it to the council so that the council approves to spend the time doing that research.
Yeah, so that's why I asked for the agenda policy, because it's still not clear to me.
Yeah, and
on
that's
that.
the item I was going to second you as well.
So I did get a second already on the business licenses. Last time it was you. So I'm just going through like things that I've already asked for, because I'm leading up to my next question. Can we, if possible, city attorney, city manager, this is where I need your guys' direction, get kind of like a running list, because I know we all ask for a lot of things. And I keep my own list, and then sometimes things get lost in the mix because you come up with an idea and you ask for something, but there's no follow-up. So could we kind of put a list under future agenda items and kind of see where we're at in the future? Or what would you say?
I feel like part of this mirrors the priorities discussion.
Yeah.
Although some of these are smaller items, but some of them are bigger items. So.
I agree. I think that's a better way where we can all, because the way that the policy is written right now, even so the business fees, which I completely agree with, but the business fees, even if it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, who's doing the work? Who's doing the staff report? who's putting it on the next agenda so that we can vote to do it. It's part of the policy, that's what it says. That's why I also think the agenda policy revision is very important, very, very important. But I think for the items that you're bringing up, because they've been items that you're bringing up for so many months already, I think we should add those to our priorities list, and that way we can all address them there.
That's a good, I think that, yeah.
So, okay.
That way you wouldn't have to do staff reports. Or somebody's gonna have to do them. One of you two would have to do it.
And that's not a problem. I'm trying to understand all these things that we've requested in the past, and then like the agenda policy and so forth. But all right, so I'll just save the rest for our priorities. So how are we gonna get stuff on the priorities?
The priorities, we're going to have a list of priorities, and then that night we could. It's like bring your priorities, BYOP, bring your own priorities. So any and all priorities can be considered that night as well. So I would think something like partnership, working with the school district. I mean, that's a larger effort. So if that's a priority, you know, direction from the council when it's discussed on the 29th, that becomes one. But like agenda policy review, it's a priority for us to work on a lot of policies. So I think it's going to be one of the priorities we'll bring forward is working on a lot of policies. The one particular agenda review, that's just one. We could do that. You know, we can do one policy. It'll take some time and effort. But for instance, in terms of the priority workshop, I'm going to ask the council, do you want us to work on, you know, a comprehensive amount of policies? There's a lot of policies that the city needs to write and adopt.
Yeah, because I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I see like that I request things and other council members request things, but someone else did the staff report, so I'm still confused on that, right? So
the thing is, just I know it's very confusing, but so there's 5 of us here, right? And the policy states one presents it, another one seconds it. The problem is that we can't all agree here on something because it would be a Brown Act violation. It's not on the agenda to discuss. So somebody needs to do the staff report so that it goes on the agenda for the next agenda or whatever next, so we can discuss it there and approve for staff to move forward and develop whatever we're asking. That's why I know that's why I think it'd be a lot easier if we're gonna have our policies workshop in 2 weeks. Let's bring all our wish lists there, and then we can discuss it as a workshop, all 5 of us. I think that would be the fastest, easiest way to handle, be able to discuss all these issues, all 5 of us. Otherwise, one of you or whoever puts it would have to do the staff report, which per policy is due tomorrow. At 5 p.m. So, right?
Well, this one won't be due until the 23rd, and I sent out a calendar invite.
Okay, yeah, because that's for a regular meeting, yeah.
Yes.
But then it's faster if we do it at the priorities meeting.
Okay, so
I gotta agree with that logic. I think that, look, I've been here 3 months. We've caught up on a lot of council requests, some, not a lot, some. But I think we can use this priorities workshop as to bring them all, right? Again, BYOP.
So then by the 23rd, if any one of us has an agenda item, we have to do the staff report and submit it for the special meeting.
No, not for the special meeting. It's because it's a workshop. So we don't have to do a staff report. We just bring a list of everything you've been mentioning, and then we're gonna discuss it as a council and as a workshop in front of the public. And that way we could all say, yeah, this is a priority for us. So there you go. There's the direction to staff to invest the time.
And the policy that you kind of quickly wrote the agenda policy, which is that it needs to be put on a future agenda to be discussed, right? And because we don't just create an item and discuss it tonight. It's not on the agenda, so it needs to go on a future agenda for discussion, and then staff will have that time to say, okay, we need 30 days to do this. We can bring it back in 2 weeks. so on and so forth.
I know it's confusing, that's why, so we don't, and it's late, so, and not only is it confusing, but it's late, but just bring all that stuff to the priorities workshop, and we will give the direction, and then they will have to do the staff report, not us.
We've all requested things in the last 9 months, and a lot of the things that I've requested have been not delivered, so I think it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't quite agree with this, all these items, because they've been things that I've already requested, and I've gotten a second, and everybody else has gotten to have their items on in one way, shape, or form, so it's kind of my thing, but okay, we'll leave it at that.
So let me just give you an example. All the items that you've requested are very important, and I think need to be addressed there, so the direction is given. But here's an example. Imagine that I'm requesting something, I don't know, just something weird to be on the agenda. And in order for me to put it on and for them to invest the time, I need to get one of you to say, yeah, I agree with that weird item. And right, but then just because 2 people agree doesn't mean that we're gonna get the majority to agree. So that's why we have to, per policy, have to put even something general and say, let's discuss it, because that's per Brown Act, let's discuss it at the council meeting, and then we will vote if that item gets to be addressed by staff and gets to be worked on by staff. I know it's a protection so that I understand where, remember, we didn't make that policy. That policy was since, what, 2008, I think? But we did ratify it this year. And I think, to be honest, we weren't really paying attention to it because it's really complicated. I agree with you in that there's all these items that you've been asking since January. But like I said, the easiest way to get them done, I think there was 1 item or 2 that I brought up, but because I had to do the staff report. And I'm not saying don't bring them up or don't do the staff report. I'm just saying, why do it if we're going to have a priorities meeting in 2 weeks?
Okay, I'll just.
Can I make a suggestion? We're meeting on the 29th for our priority meeting. Can we have Ms. Alvarado give us like an OJT training on how to get an item on the agenda? She's the expert. Just give us some training how to do it so we can get it right. It only takes an hour or less. That's how it works. She's the one that actually works the agenda.
All right, thank you. I guess that's all I got.
Yeah, I think we have a current policy on how to bring things on the
But we're gonna
agenda, but I
change
think we're looking to change it.
Yeah, we're going to change it.
needs
So
to
we're
On the
doing
policy,
training.
it's gonna take me some time so that I can go ahead and maybe contact other cities to see, so that I can get a copy of their agenda policy and the process, so that I can go ahead and bring some samples to you all, and then we can take it from there. On the agenda items, past practice has been council asks for items up here on future agenda items, and then staff, which is department heads, maybe direction by the city manager, they prepare their staff reports and the item gets put on the agenda. That has been the past practice. That's the way it's been done ever since I can remember.
But we're looking to change that. We need to change that. That's not a good policy.
Well, even if you're changing it, she can tell you what's going to work or if it's not going to work. So she prepares it. So it's good to have her present.
The city clerk is the one that usually creates the policy or helps in the formation of the policy.
So I remember when we were the previous city manager, when we had the same discussion, at one point, Councilmember Talen and myself, we had a meeting with him, and we said, why aren't you addressing the items that we're bringing up for future agenda? And his response was, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. But let me remember. Oh, because this is why I remembered, because you said that staff would do it in the past. So what he said was, I need direction from the council, and the direction is 3. So if you guys want to give me direction as a council, I need a majority vote. So he was pretty much telling me, you know, you guys want it on the council, do your staff report, and as soon as I get a direction from the three, then we're doing it. So that's the whole intent of the policy, and that's why, you know, I read through it and I saw the things, and that's how I was able to put two. But it is very complicated.
I think we're saying, it sounds like one of our priorities is gonna be
Yeah,
the
it
renovation of
is.
the agenda policy.
We
And
need
so
to.
that is one of the most significant policies that we definitely should, right? So,
Yeah. So okay. Councilmember Calderon, you have any future agenda items?
You know, I don't, but
Did I skip
mine
you? I'm
is
sorry.
quick and to the point. I've been asking to knock every dead tree that's on Highway 98. And now with Tropical Storm Mario, now there's weeds growing throughout these islands, especially like La Casitas. I mean, it's terrible. So, I mean, it's been 9 months. Maybe we can knock a tree one a day. I don't know, but can we get rid of it? Not only is it a safety hazard, but it's a fire hazard. So that's all I'm asking, and I don't think we need an agenda item to get this on.
no, we toured that area. I'll work with the public works director on that.
Mr. City Council, every entrance of our city looks bad. So, especially the one from the west side, it looks bad when you get to about where Maine's is at. But Caltrans was cleaning it up today, so it looks much better on the south side. But on the north side of 98, it looks abandoned. And I think that is not a good image for Calexico. We're trying to attract investors to come into our city. And that's all I ask. Thank you.
I think did I skip you? Do you have any items?
So yeah, I just, one of the things that I wanted to bring up was that I really want to make sure that we're supporting our first responders. And we're allocating overtime instead of actually hiring people. And the reason that I feel it's very important, one, we need to take care of the people who take care of us. I'm talking about mental health and the fact that you have to have a work-life balance in order to be happy where you're working, and we definitely don't want to lose the people that we do have. So that was just one of my observations, and want to go ahead and carry this conversation forward. I don't know why we're so tied into giving overtime. I know that there's obviously times when we do need to give overtime. I mean, if there's a traffic accident and they have to stay, obviously that's a legitimate reason to have overtime. But the fact that we are allocating overtime instead of hiring people for these departments, I think it's outrageous. Because we don't have enough people. Well, why? Well, are we treating them correctly? Are we treating them right? And would you want to come and work for a place that is gonna work you, but not give you time off and not being able to see your family? With that, also the parking lot behind the fire department, I know that I had brought that up to previous city manager, and I didn't get a response in regards to that. Is that going to be worked on as well?
Yeah, I visited that and spoken to the public works director, and I have met with the fire chief on that lot. So we have progress on that. I'm looking at the chief. I don't know. It's not on the agenda, I'm sorry, but that is something that,
No, but we did meet a few weeks back. We did end up getting a quote from Rove, since they were right next door in the PD. And one of the recommendations, as per Mr. Villegas, is if Rove is in town, let's keep them in town, because we're going to save cost on having them remove their equipment from the city and then have it bring it back for just another parking lot within the city. So we're going to look into the funding source on how to move forward with the parking lot for Station 1.
And it's concerning because I know that we've had an accident there before.
oh yeah.
So we want more of that. I want to bring back a meeting about the Heber Park update. I know that we were meeting every week, and then it turned into every 2 weeks, and then now I haven't heard from that. So if we can go ahead and put that on a meeting, and when we're gonna talk about that?
Is this for Heber?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're meeting, right, in the first week of November, we're meeting with the officer from the state about that, just so you know.
Okay, because it had been Legaspi and myself who were meeting, but if somebody's, I guess we don't talk about those things, but that would have been, beneficial for everybody to know and have an update of, okay, what's happening with these because we don't want to lose that funding.
Yeah, we're so at the staff level, we've been working on this, and we will have an update soon. On the sort of the meeting with the state level, I've heard the mayor and Councilmember Tylinda express interest to go up there and meet with them. So yeah, this is something that we're definitely working at the staff level, just from the conceptual standpoint of cost, and how can we get it done. And so we're making good progress with that. But we're gonna need to make sure we're in line with the state officials on it. So it's actually looking positive.
And also give a follow-up, because we've been working on this for like 2 months already, and this is the first I hear that now somebody else is, it's great that somebody else is moving forward with it, but how would I have known?
We didn't have anything until, we actually still, I'm giving an update that I'd rather have given a little later.
Okay. And then just lastly, listening to the citizens that came up today in regards to that building, or the building of apartments in La Jolla Palm, what do we know about that, and can we make sure we find out what's going on, because that's definitely not okay.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Thank you.
Just request that the items that were brought up, that we look at them at the priorities meeting. I do specifically agree with the fee study, with the agenda policy, the school district workshop. Those are things that if you could just add to the priorities policy. That's it. Okay, with nothing else.
No, just can I go ahead and have a date on when I'm going to get an information in regards to that building in La Jolla Palm? How long would it be okay?
I can provide the information to you tomorrow.
Okay.
It's just I can't discuss it here right
now.
No, yeah, but
Can you forward it to the rest of the council?
Yeah, we'll forward it, and I gotta say, when one council member asks for something, we send it to all. So on something like that, we'll share it with everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion.
Second? I'll second. Okay. You'll second. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Tylinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez? Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 10:58 p.m.